All right, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you can hear me. My microphone seems to be ticking. And welcome to another exciting adventure of Exiles in the Mist, a Ravenloft campaign for the D&D 5e campaign setting. Things to get through at the beginning of the game will be a recap, but before we get to that, I just want to say that for all you nerds out there, if you made it to Gen Con, awesome. I hope we encountered you there. We did see a lot of people. And if you didn't make it to Gen Con, there's always next year. I also want to point out that links in the Petri dish still exist, including the GoFundMe for my buddy's, for Abel's, for his kidney replacement. And again, donate if you can. If you can't, share it. Every little bit helps. I think we're going to try to jump right in because with any luck, our players are going to get through some shit today. Starting at the very top, last session, we had a sort of special session. It was a flashback to the events that led to the haunting of Haverist House. Now, there was already a darkness in the house, but Haverist House itself, one bad night, saw all of the death that created the mayhem that our characters are encountering. Because our characters have no idea of what all that was, we can roll back to the last thing that happened for them. The last thing that happened for them is they fought their way through this bloody, goopy, purple mess here. You see, that was some boneless skin sacks, basically undead, made out of flesh that our players had to fight. As well as they fought Dalk Dranzorg twice, because, I mean, why wouldn't you fight a boss twice? Like, that's just what we do, right? Eventually they made their way up the stairs, where they went to deal with the Leaper. Upon arriving at the top of the stairs, they successfully defeated the Leaper, but they also discovered in the room at the top of the tower was a wooden-floored room with only one thing in it, and that was the shattered, scattered remains of some crimson, I believe it was crimson chainmail. It might have been ringmail. It was ringmail. Inventory. We'll look. I believe Abel's currently wearing it. Yes, crimson ringmail. This they knew. Eventually, they realized belonged to Mara, the knight that had tried to reclaim the castle from Dalk. Now, they also noticed on the floor was this like runic design etched into the wood and also drawn in with chalk, but time had sort of worn it away. And this was the symbol of Ravenkind, which they have seen in this house before. There's Lauren in his study had an amulet of it. They also have encountered a feathered traveler was the one that led them to this mission, and we have since discovered that he was a sort of raven therianthrope, which is like a lycanthrope, like a werewolf, but a bird. And every sign seems to show that these are good guys. So this symbol was drawn around the armor, but they went ahead and collected the armor anyways. And as they were making their way down the stairs to get to the bottom floor, the first thing they noticed is they no longer heard the yapping of the dog News that was trying to lure Dranzorg's murderous corpse away from the bottom of the stairs. The second thing they heard was a Wilhelm scream. A scream so loud that it echoed through the house up the stairs, and after but a moment's pause, Irina goes, "Wait, that was Ez," and she begins to bolt down the stairs. Let me use the right computer for this. Bolt down the stairs, where she proceeds ahead, throwing caution to the wind. She is trying to make it back to wherever Ez was, which you guys knew she was in the parlor. If you guys can give me an initiative roll, we'll determine everyone's sort of acting order.
I'm acting out.
The talking stick, as it were. Combat tracker. All right.
That's
Eclipse,
a fantastic start.
Just a D20, not your...
Well,
oh, yeah.
still.
Eclipse, you get to roll it again. Because you have to roll it from your character sheet if you want it to track right.
That's better.
There you go.
Just a touch better.
So, Heathcliff, Irina has suggested that it was Ez letting out this blood-curdling scream. Do you? I mean, she runs right past you to head down the stairs.
I would follow her. And
Knowing it's possible that Dulk could be right there at the bottom of the stairs in one of those little rooms to grab you.
especially knowing that Dalk could be down there, because he could ambush her.
Okay. I was about to say, your health seems to be pretty high. You and Abel are doing okay. Sazid and Eclipse are a little injured. So yeah, you just try to catch up with her.
Yeah, I technically have 5 feet left, but I didn't
Okay.
want to
Yeah,
pass her.
I'm not worried about that. This is still roleplay timing anyways, so she's still bolting as you're running, and you're able to catch up with her. Do you say anything to her, or do you just fall in step behind her?
I would remind her that we don't currently know Dranzorg's whereabouts, but other than that, I would...
Reminder, roleplay it. I know, Gen Con took it out of us.
Dude, no idea.
I mean, I do have an idea.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Alright, let's see here. Irina, I appreciate that we need to go check on Ez, but we also don't know Dranzorg's whereabouts, so we do need to be a little bit cautious. As I'm keeping, like, pace and step with her as we go.
Okay. Yeah, she would just sort of glance over at you and be like, "You're right, we don't know, which is why we need to get there as quick as we can. What if he's got her?" Sazid, sir. You kind of hear them going off as they're getting to the bottom of the stairs. What do you do?
I'll follow suit. And join the conversation and let's see. Let Heathcliff know that, well, I'll just roleplay it. We don't know his whereabouts, but Ez is right. We need to find... I mean, Irina's right. We need to find Ez.
Do you try to pass them, or do you just fall in step with them?
Just follow the step.
Okay. Anything else? Heathcliff, do you have anything to say to what Sazid said?
Nope. We keep recovering the same hashes.
Okay. Eclipse, you catch all this as they're at the bottom of the stairs. They basically all run past you because you were at the front of the line.
All right. I will also run down since I overheard. I say pretty much it's top priority. We need to find her. I agree.
And just fall in line with them like that?
Yep.
Wow, nobody is going to pass her, slow butt. All right,
Well,
Abel, you're at the back of the line. You see them bolt down the stairs towards the sound of the scream.
I will bolt after.
Okay. Do you try to pass them or stick with the group?
Stick with the group.
Okay. Do you say anything or just catch up?
Just catch up.
Okay. Irina, again, caution to the wind. 3, 4, 5, 6. She basically just says, you know, to hell with this. That's my friend. She's the one that I'm here with. You guys are just the hired folks, as far as, like, that's the obvious look in her face. Like, for everything that you guys have all been through together, you can tell by her reactions right now, her primary concern is not y'all. So she clears past the hallway, and she makes it all the way to the parlor door before sending the turn back to Heathcliff. Which, again, you know, you're caught up, you're sort of in unison with her. So do you stay right on her ass the whole time? Or do you play a little more cautiously?
I would probably pass her just as a hallway buffer for when she bolts into the room.
Right, when you get to that door, it's wide open.
Oh crap. I don't want to go in without everybody else. Screw it. In the room we go.
Okay. I will explain what you see when we see if anybody else just keeps up with you guys. So, moving through the circle just as fast as we can. Sazid, do you keep up with them, or do you play cautiously passing the other doors?
I keep up with them to the hallway where it flanks off and flank to the other door.
Okay,
In
move
the
your
room where we
token.
fought the Carrie. Alright.
The Periton?
Yeah. And then I'll sit outside this door.
Okay. That door is still closed. You do notice as you turn that corner, the door that Irina is standing at is wide open. Alright, Eclipse. Keep up.
I will go ahead and go to the side right behind Arena,
Okay.
like right here.
And Abel? Do you, again, play it cautiously, or keep up with Eclipse and Irina, or do you hang the right that Sazid took?
Sorry, my mic was muted. I would have gone with Irina.
Okay. Do you need me to move your token?
Please. I'm dealing with children.
Of course.
Child.
Because of the shape of the hallway, you're only basically able to make it to the line at the door. All right. Heathcliff, you made it through the door. When you get in there, Irina is on the ground. She is slumped up against the wall, and there's a little pool of blood around her. She looks beat up, but she is definitely like conscious, and she's just got like an arm across her stomach as she's slumped against the wall. And you do notice that one of her legs is missing. What is your passive perception?
15.
15. With a 15, you actually see that see that across the room from you, for people on the stream, I will create, draw a pointer, draw a circle. Right about there, where that circle appeared, there is her prosthetic leg, and it is shattered over there on the floor, all the way across the room. It is in a million pieces. Laying on the ground, maybe a foot away from her, is a skull-faced helmet on the ground that just has this blue wispy smoke around it that is just starting to fade. Like the smoke is just thinning out to vapor and then nothing as you enter the room.
Okay. I would like to do a medicine check on her.
So you just run up and start checking for injury?
Yeah.
Okay, roll me a medicine check, please.
All right, I'm going to use the psionic energy to do bolstered knack, which, of course, you know I didn't give myself.
What is bolstered knack?
What my dies do. I will tell you in a moment once I pull up my psionic power so I know what die to add.
This is why I wish I was in there right now, because I have a sick medicine.
So, psi bolstered knack is... Oh, it's when it fails. Okay.
So you don't have to spend it yet? Okay,
So I don't have
we'll
to
worry
spend it
about
yet.
explaining it when it occurs. Are you just generally checking over injuries? Are you trying to do something specific?
I would be trying to make sure that she's not bleeding out and, like, dying. and maybe seeing if I can get some additional pressure on her stomach wound would be my guess.
Okay.
So where her arm is placed.
Okay. Her arm is just you're able to all but immediately tell, and I'm gonna go ahead and move your token over next to her, that she doesn't have a stomach injury. Her arm is just kind of like across her body. You would realize with your medicine check with a base, unless you roll a nat 1 on this check, you would realize that it's her arm that's injured, not her stomach.
No, I got an 11.
So yeah, it's her arm that's injured. Her injuries don't appear to be fatal at all, but her eyes are closed and she is breathing just sort of like she's trying to slow her breathing down.
Okay.
So technically your movement made it all the way into the room and your action did the medicine.
That's
anything else you would like to do before I pass it?
Nope, that's going to be it.
Okay, Sazid.
So I'll open the door and step in. And obviously I see the same thing as him.
Yep, you see the leg shattered on the floor because you come walking in fairly near it. As well as you see him, as you're opening the door, you see him start walking over to her and start looking her over.
Where's this helmet?
It's like right next to him. He just basically stepped over it to get to her.
Well, I'm gonna go check that out since he's already checking out Ez.
Okay. As you reach down to pick it up, it begins to fade. Like, visually, the thing starts to become ethereal, see-through. And your hand touches it, and it feels like it's holding something for a moment. And then, almost as immediately as you put pressure on it to grip it, your hand goes through it, as though it were an illusion. And then you watch it begin to fade more and more. And as it begins to fade, out in the distance, behind you, Abel and Eclipse, you hear... It's never going to be that easy. And this is coming, Eclipse and Abel, this is coming from back in the room where he is resurrected twice before.
Oh.
So, Sazid, you watch it disappear, and then that happens.
Him again?
This is the third time you guys know of him having been taken down, and yet he is back again.
We might as well be farming him for legendary loot at this point.
I don't think it works that way in D&D.
This is not Destiny. There's no loot cave.
No fear or nothing from you, Sazid? You don't holler at everybody to get in the room and close the door? Because you guys know if the door is closed, he hasn't been able to get in here so far.
Yeah, we need a rest, so I'll suggest everybody get their asses in here.
What is your passive insight?
Insight. 10 plus my intelligence modifier. Would be 12. It's because it's wisdom, not intelligence.
Yeah, it's your wisdom modifier. Okay. Anything else for your turn?
Nope. I'll pass.
Okay. Eclipse. This all just sort of happened. You're close enough to the door that you were able to see him reach for the skull and see what happened with it, the helmet, see what happened with it, and then hear that laughter behind you.
Now, if I go in and also do a medicine check, would that help anything? Or
I mean, you're certainly more than welcome to try. You personally haven't gained any information on her.
All right, well, I'll come into the room. I will see them both. I'll move to the other side of her.
Okay.
And then I will go ahead and do a medicine check as well.
It's weird. On stream, you are not where you are on the thing. There it goes. It's just taking forever to get there.
Nat 20.
I will take that. Yeah, you could tell that her leg is actually fairly injured where the prosthetic was. You would guess that it was basically more or less ripped off of her, which is not good. That can cause a lot of damage. You could see straps, basically where the pant leg and everything helped hold the prosthetic on, and the leather buckles are just ripped apart. Like, it looks as though someone with intense strength just reached down and yanked her leg off her. Very disrespectful. Also, let's be clear. On top of that, you're pretty sure her left arm is broken.
Okay.
She is alive, and I don't want to say she's like bloodied because, that's a statement based on hit points, but like she looks like she'll recover well enough on her own. So just be careful about resource expenditures. It's up to you if you want to spend any of your resources, but she does look like she'll be okay.
I would say if I could just essentially make her a makeshift sling for her arm.
Okay. What's your passive perception?
My passive perception is going to be, it's 10 plus the modifier, right?
Yes, plus if you are proficient, then you get your proficient bonus as well. So.
Well, it's.
So yeah, you have the 6 there. So yeah, you have a 16 is how that would read, just so you know.
Yeah. Okay.
And you're doing medicine with. Was there a particular reason why you wanted to do medicine? Do you have an ability?
Well, I'm assuming I probably have the highest medicine check.
Oh, you also have 16 on medicine, so that works. Yeah, with your passive perception of 16, you are absolutely able to see things like the chairs are fragile enough. There's other like busted wood and stuff in here. So it's just a matter of creating a makeshift thing. And with your nat 20, you're easily able to do that. I'm not even going to make you do another roll since you nat 20'd. You are able to strap a splint together pretty quick.
Okay.
This startles her, and she just kind of like looks up for a second. She's like, what, oh. And when you realize that this startles her, 2 things occur. One, her left arm, which she does have these like long sleeve shirts, this long sleeve blouse on, you realize very quickly as she jumps, I want to say a dagger comes out of the sleeve, but it's not just a dagger. We're talking a Bowie knife. This thing might as well, it would have the stats of a short sword extend out of that sleeve. Very Assassin's Creed style, except massive. And as soon as she realizes it's you, she kind of like flexes her wrist and the whole thing retracts back into her sleeve.
Well, okay then.
The other thing that happens is you notice that behind her back, she's like leaned forward now, and because your perception's high enough, yours as well, Eclipse. She's got a full-on mace, on like it's on the ground behind her, up against the wall. Like she kind of sat down more or less on top of it when she leaned back. So yeah, she's got this massive weapon right there. So she definitely has. She's not defenseless.
Good to know.
Anything else for your turn, Eclipse?
I think that will be it for my turn.
Do you say anything to her when she startles awake, other than like just comforting her and letting her know you're taking care of her?
Yeah, that's essentially what I'm doing.
Okay. Moving to Abel. Abel, you heard the laughter from the enemy behind you, and you saw Eclipse bolt into the room, look around, and then you saw him just kind of disappear off to the side. Irina is still at the door. Do you enter the room?
I push Irina into the room, go into the room, close the door, and tell everyone that Grandpa Joe is back.
Alright, you're able to get the door closed. They kind of just like push themselves past you, Heathcliff. Do you like draw your weapon at the ready? Like,
yeah.
Because your action really is the shoving Irina into the room.
Yes.
So, And your item interaction would be the door closing. So
Actually, my interaction would be to lock the door if I could, whether that's actual locking mechanism or putting a bar across it or whatever. I want to secure the door as my
the way
interaction.
the doors open is they open into the room, and because of that, there's no locks on them. But because of that, the easiest way to secure them is the old-fashioned grab the chair and tilt it up under the door handle method.
Perfect.
So
That's what I'll do.
okay. All right, then I will bring us back to Heathcliff. Irina is awake. You and Eclipse have tended her well. What do you do? And you catch this whole Grandpa Joe is back.
I would very quickly bring as up to speed with what we found upstairs, Leaper, the fact that we killed Dranzorg twice on our way up, and that once she's ready, but to take her time, we would like another seance, if possible.
She just sort of glances up and says, "Board's on the table. Irina can lead it. I'm in no state. If somebody wants to get me up to one of the chairs, that would be helpful, but I'm in no state to call on any spirits right now. I also suggest maybe we secure those other doors. I never should have opened it. I went to go look for you guys, and the moment I opened the door, there he was. Caught me unaware."
I will... Actually, you know what? I'm going to RP this. Hey, Eclipse, help me get her into a chair.
Yeah, at once.
So the two of us are going to get her into a chair. And then... Abel, Sazid, can you guys make sure that the doors are secured so that we can get this show on the road?
Okay, so Heathcliff just started barking orders. Eclipse jumped in to help get her up to a chair. Sazid, what do you do?
I'll move over here. As I walk past, take a look down at the pieces of what was Irina's leg, kind of curiously, and secure the door.
Okay.
If we use all the chairs, though, we're not going to have anywhere to sit for the seance.
You guys are going to have to stand for the seance. Yeah, there will be one extra chair aside from the one she's sitting in.
And Irina should have it since she's leading it.
I'll stand. I was actually going to stand next to Ez anyway.
Okay, so you
Then I'll
secure
move to the
the
table.
door and move there. You said you look at the remains of her prosthetic as though curious. Is there anything in particular you're curious about?
If there's any way we could repair it.
Go ahead and roll me. We'll call this, roll me an investigate check. Oh,
15.
Yeah, it would take some time unless a person was skilled in. With that, you would know it would require somebody. It would require someone skilled with tinker tools, to do it. But it could be put back together. Basically, just the bolts and stuff are sheared, and so that'll require new bolts and things like that. Also, where is your character from? What realm did we decide? You're from the air elemental plane of air, right?
Yes.
You have seen workings like this, but only at the borders of your plane, specifically the borders that border Primus's territory. So basically, like, mechanics exist in your realm, but only in the form of they create, at the border, they create the winds, effectively. So you've seen massive mechanics. Nothing quite so small, delicate, or intricate as this. So, Eclipse, you help get her to the table. Then what do you do?
And then both doors are closed, I'm assuming, at this point.
Yeah, Abel is supposed to get the other door. Well, was told to get the other door. So, and he's after you.
I go ahead and ask her if it's all right if I can try and do anything to help her leg as well.
She just kind of like grunts and looks across the table at the pile, which at this particular moment Sazid would still be kind of looking at, and says, "No, we just need to collect the parts. I'm going to have to see a mechanic in either Borca or... One sec. Borca or Mordenshire when this is all done, to see if anyone can help me."
Okay, and let's see, do I have bag? Pouch? I do. Do I have a bag enough to at least get the pieces together in like an area? I don't know how big the bag.
Yeah, yes, actually. The parts have been broken into small enough pieces that you're carrying that velvet bag, aren't you?
The pouch?
Yes. So that pouch
Yeah.
is big enough to carry, has like 10 pieces of jewelry or something in it, remember? So, and they're not like rings and stuff, they're like amulets and necklaces and stuff like that. So, yes, you could absolutely dump that stuff just into your main bag and use the velvet bag.
Okay. I'll go ahead and do that, and I'll go and gather the pieces for her, and then give her the pouch. Unless she wants me to carry it, which that's fine too.
If you try to hand it to her, she would basically just like, it would seem begrudging at first, like she would just kind of, and then she would reach out and more or less just snatch it out of your hand, like, fine, and just take it.
Whatever works. I can offer to carry it for her if she likes.
She just sort of looks at you and says, "If you're going to carry it, you may end up having to carry me. But first, let's see what the spirits have to say." All right. So, do you take a spot at the table?
I will. I will go ahead and sit.
Well, there's not going to be a chair there, but stand there.
I will stand right here.
Okay. Abel, all of this is going on. You see them collecting the parts of her leg. They get her to the table, collect the parts of the leg, and you heard Heathcliff suggest you and Sazid barring the doors. So Sazid's barred one door. What do you do?
There's still a broken chair in the room.
There's debris and detritus in the room, and then there is still a solid chair.
The debris and detritus, I take it and I use it kind of like a wedge to wedge the door at the bottom so you can't open it. And then I'll take a position at the table.
So you don't use the chair to wedge the door?
I thought I already did that.
There's still one chair remaining that's not being used.
So I have a chair up against the door already.
And then there's a third door that still needs to be barred.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. Sorry. Yeah, I'll use the chair to bar the door and the detritus to underneath the wedge.
Just to create an extra wedge. So you take a little extra time to secure the room. Go ahead and roll me. If you're going to take a little extra time to secure the room, roll me, we'll call it an intelligence check. Let's see what skill would apply for securing the room. Oh, you know what? I would allow insight as well. Actually, not insight, but perception as well. So investigation or perception to find the things that you need and create extra security on the door.
Well, I think perception because that's better than investigation.
And to answer your question, Heathcliff, as a non-caster, to know something like that, it would be to roll. You'd have to roll an Arcana check and see what you know.
Okay.
Abel, you don't really find anything sturdy enough to make any real extra security. It seems anything beyond, anything extra that you add is not really going to hold the door.
Fair enough.
Which would bring us back around to your turn, Heathcliff. So, yeah, you do know about that.
Okay. Now that we're back around to my turn, I would say before we start, does anybody know the mending spell or mending cantrip?
Off the top of... Irina just kind of looks at you and says, not me.
I do not.
I do not.
So it would have to be Eclipse, and I don't think Eclipse currently does.
And not anymore, because we got rid of it when I was fixing my spells.
Yep.
Of course.
So you would have to, because it is a druid spell, isn't it? I think it is a druid spell. You would, if he took a long rest and re-prepared his spells, he could prepare.
Yeah.
Do you mention that, if you took a long rest?
When everybody says no,
Not you, Eclipse.
Oh.
Eclipse, do you mention that you do know this? Oh, wait, no, it's a cantrip. Sorry, it's not a first level spell. Crap. Never mind. I take that back. Do you mention at all that you could learn it, but that at the moment you don't? Or do you just kind of not say anything?
I said, yeah, I'll say the former. I'll say I can learn it. I just don't know it at the moment.
Okay. Heathcliff.
Okay. I have heard that spell can fix broken things. That was why I brought it up. If we're all ready and amenable, let's get this seance on the road and see what... I forgot her name. Has to say.
Mara? Do you guys
Mara.
try to talk to Mara? Don't forget, in one of the corners of the room... Oh, I guess technically there is one more chair in the room. There's a rocking chair with a corpse in it. So do you guys want to talk to Mara first, or do you mention about talking to Theodora?
I vote Mara.
I'll say it might be easier to talk to her and point to the...
It might be easier to talk to Theodora since she's here in the room. We could always try both.
That's true.
It is up to you guys.
I vote both if possible, but if not...
And both's
Mara's.
fine. Where do you want to start?
Well, we have something that might be Mara's armor. So probably not the worst time to get Mara first.
Sure. Mara, then Theodora works.
Yep.
That's my vote.
All right. Irina is sitting at the head of the table. Where is my read for this? She looks around and says, "Spirits of this house, we are strangers who come openly and without malice," and then she just sort of, despite everything, "and we seek only to know your stories so that we may help you find peace. We entreat you, make your presence known." And after a moment, nothing seems to have happened. Off in the distance, you hear, "Don't tell me you're calling out again. We hear you. You speak so loud." Irina just sort of shakes it off and says, "Again, spirits of this house, we are strangers who come openly and without," she puts the emphasis on, "without malice. We seek only to know your stories and to help you find peace. We entreat you. Make your presence known." And as she says it this time, you can see her put just like a grunt of effort in her face, like she's willing as hard as she can. And after a moment, you hear, "Hurry, hurry, hurry." And when you look over, the rocking chair in the corner is rocking. Ever so slowly. She says, "Are you among us?" It slowly moves over to the word yes. Then to the word greetings. Before returning to center. Irina looks at the party. Who's first? Do you guys want to go ahead and roll me a fresh initiative, please? Do I need to roll yours for you, Abel?
Please.
Didn't really affect much. Heathcliff, you're still first.
I I'm going to get out of the way first and foremost. Are we speaking with Mara or... Oh my gosh, my brain and names are just not working today. Theodora, thank you. I guess that would be an and/or Theodora.
Are you guys watching the board? Somebody want to spell it out for me?
ONLY. I A M. Only I am here.
Here.
How
when
was
you guys
the piece
say
moving?
here, it moves to yes. It is moving very slowly.
So it's just Theodora.
Is that what your notes say? Is that Theodora is the slow mover?
That's what my memory says. I don't have my notes up.
Give me one moment.
But if memory serves, then yes, that's Theodora.
Make sure OBS is still hearing you guys talk. It is. Okay. In the notes, it says...
Because I thought Mara was it jerked.
So Garland is it moving with haste, and slow movements spell out, "and I am Mara."
I had it backwards. Okay.
spirals for Theodora.
Okay.
So I'm going to make you go ahead and make an investigation check to try to remember that. Or do you pull out the notes in game?
I did pull them up here, so I would. Yeah, I'd pull them out in game and look real quick,
Okay.
and then say greetings, Mara. We found your armor in the tower. Is it all right if our party uses it? Or we found what we think is your armor in the tower. Is it all right if our party uses it?
It slowly moves to yes before going back to center and says, and then it starts moving again. If anyone starts to talk, Irina would interrupt you to see what it says.
W I L. Was that supposed to be a double L? Because it just paused right next to 9.
I know what it did. In the
Okay.
If you ask that, do you ask in game? Was that supposed to be a double L?
No, I was confirming that it did.
It does do something right there. Do you ask in game? Was that supposed to be a double L?
Yes.
Irina would say, whenever you see it hesitate, remember this. In the spirit world, they're only able to spell things out one letter at a time, and there are no doubles like that. So the word will would be spelled W-I-L.
Okay, with a pause.
Yeah.
Or potential pause. Okay.
So went to center
So
and then
H.
H.
E L P W I T H, and I'm going to preempt it with Dranzorg.
It is starting to move towards the skull, one of the skulls at the top, when you say Dranzorg, and then it goes to yes.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything that they want to speak with Mara about before we...
I was about to say, you've asked quite a few, so we're going to go ahead and pass turn anyways. So, Eclipse.
I will go ahead and ask if they know, and if they do, if they can tell us what will stop Dranzor from rising.
Is somebody going to read it?
Yes. I D I D
Did
D I is it I did tell you? So it's the arm. I'm guessing.
You ask, is it the armor?
Yes. Okay. I look over at the table. It's like, well, it's up all on you.
Sazid. As it's rotating to your turn there, Sazid, she says... Anybody reading?
L E A P Leaper. What about the Leaper?
Keep reading.
E V I C T. Evict the Leaper? I believe we already did that.
We in fact just did that.
It moves to the crown before returning to center.
Ask Irina to explain what that means.
I think she was saying good job.
And I'll ask Mark, shall we deal with Dranzorg next? That's tomorrow. No. M-E-U? F. I. N. Find. M. E. Find you. B.
She started to spell something as you were saying, find you, and she goes, yes, and then goes back to center.
Where can we find you?
When you ask that, the planchette flies off the table, and the board flips over, laying face down on the table.
Basement, maybe?
You see the planchette sort of wobble on the floor.
I think it's below. Yeah, below.
It wobbles again in response to his statement of below. You're not sure what it means because it doesn't have anything it can go over unless somebody flips the board back over and grabs the planchette. To that end, Abel, what are you doing while they're figuring all this out?
Flip the board over and grab the planchette.
I assume you place it back in the center?
Yes.
It slowly moves to the word yes. And then goes back to center.
All right, basement bound we are.
Yes, but we were down there and didn't. The only thing was the wall that nothing damaged at all.
When you say the only thing was the wall, it moves back to yes.
Didn't one of us dream her being put into the wall? I don't remember which one of us it was.
That might have been me.
She slowly moves it to W, I, L, and then goes back to center.
Will.
She slowly moves to the word yes, and then back to center. Can everyone roll me an investigation check?
Hey, another net 20.
Heathcliff, you remember, but Eclipse, you remember first, so it's whether you say it out loud or not. Eclipse, you remember that you guys found Lauren Haverist's will upstairs. In particular, Heathcliff found it. No, actually, you found it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Wait, you said yeah, so Heathcliff, you found it?
No, Eclipse found it. I don't think
Eclipse.
he ever told anybody that he found it.
You and him were both researching stuff. He found the will, and with the will, you found the plans.
The map, right?
Yeah, of the house. So, and that's what you remember. So you guys have plans for the house. Do you check them? Because you haven't checked for that wall that you guys were certain was not just a wall.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna use my working knowledge on this.
Please do. You get advantage on this check.
For history or investigation, they're both the same. So
Which one are you going to roll, just out of curiosity?
I'm gonna roll history.
Okay.
That totally missed. For an 11.
That's all right. Do you have? Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. We'll allow it. At least you didn't fail this check. You
Well, I
are
would've
able to.
had
Go ahead.
I would have had a thing if I failed it.
You would
I
have had
could
to
have
wait to
used
save it.
bolstered knack to
Maybe-
add a d6.
Maybe I should make you fail it. It should have been a 15. I was being nice. I'm fine with you not having failed it. You realize that you have this map, and you start like digging into it. And before you even find the map, you remember that you don't think that wall was supposed to be there because you've looked at all this information. You know, you've seen the history of the house. And when the house was built, it was intentionally built so that the tower was accessible from the basement. And sure enough, as you go flipping through, you find that map. And there's no wall listed there on the map at all. And you know that this house has played tricks on you before to make you think there were walls places that there weren't. It happened at the front door of the house. So while you're
Okay.
flipping through this, it begins to spell things out again. And it says, same as before, F, I, N, D, center, M, E. And then it slings itself off the board, and the board flips upside down again.
I have a feeling that particular piece with the board flipping upside down and the planchet being flung is not Mara's doing. And I grab the planchet, flip the board back over, and put it back in the middle. Then that'll be it for me. With a, hey, we should go downstairs and check in the basement for that wall that shouldn't be there, that we couldn't do anything with.
So Eclipse, he says that we can find that wall, or go through that wall, and he has reset the board. What do you do?
I suggest we take our rest first, and then as soon as we arise, we go check the wall.
Okay. That's his suggestion. What does anybody else say?
I could use a rest.
I don't really say anything. I just go to a wall and slump down and start dozing.
Okay. So Eclipse says we need a rest. Abel goes and rests. Zed, what do you do?
I say I could use a rest.
And just stay at the table?
And let me close the spirit board here. Yeah, I'll move over by the fireplace. Sit on the wall. Rest.
Irina looks at you, Heathcliff, because you're the last one standing at the table, and she's looking at Ez and back at you, and she says, I don't think resting's a good idea.
I don't think we'll be able to. We haven't yet. Not since we brought Theodora back down.
She says, look how close they got to Ez last time. We can try to rest, but frankly, we're so close to the end.
I come out. It's like, if we don't rest right now, I have no more of my wild shape. I have no more spell slot. I would be essentially useless. I have no ability to cast spells. There we go. That's what I should say.
She says, I just don't know how well we're going to be able to do this, but we can try. Heathcliff, we heard what Eclipse had to say. What do you say?
I would say we can try, but the house hasn't let us get a full rest yet. Not since we brought Theodora downstairs.
Irina says, I will tend to Ez while you guys attempt to catch your breaths. But I don't think we should linger more than an hour or two. And about the time she says this, there's actually pounding on one of the doors, the first door here that you had barricaded. The door you came through to get in the room, the one that was open. There is a pounding on the outside of the door before you hear a, we'll find our way in. And then the voice just continues to laugh as it sort of trails off down the hallway. Party's reaction to him actually pounding on the door this time.
Well, we're not going to be able to rest with that, so we may have to deal with him first.
Or we can go out a door that he's not pounding on.
All right, I mean, you guys can still try to rest. You will successfully be able. You don't have to sleep to get a short rest.
I don't have any hit dice, and all I was worried about was my hit points. So,
I did warn you guys.
I still have 1 hit dice left, but I have no spells to cast, nor wild shape. I'll just
Short rest would give you your wild shapes back.
at least. Because if we skip on any rest whatsoever, I essentially would be, for the most part, useless.
You'd be me, just with no sneak attack. Just melee.
If we do a
Yeah,
short rest,
melee
we should
with
get
almost
my pack
no
magic.
strength.
Abel, what did you say?
If we do a short rest, I should get my pack magic back.
Yep.
and my second wind will refresh, which can give me my HP. So, if the party decides to rest,
you guys, I'm telling you, out of game, you are able to get a short rest. However, Sazid suggested we will get no rest at all if we don't go defeat him. So the question is, do you guys try to rest what rest you can? Or do you try to go after that guy?
I just want to point out that this house is not friendly to spellcasters.
No place in D&D is. There's the crux. I've said this before. Spellcasters at low levels are limited. It's all about resource management. At higher levels, it's not so bad, but at low levels, there's some limits.
It's more the joke of we haven't been able to long rest for a while.
Technically, you guys had a long rest at the beginning of last session.
That was like a month ago, right?
That was like 2 weeks ago. Well, that would have been a month ago, yes, technically. But in-game time is what matters, and that was like 4 hours ago. You're only supposed to get one long rest every 18 or so hours, 16 to 18 hours.
Yeah,
Well, I used both my spell slots on healing you guys. I can't heal you again if we fight this guy.
People have ways to heal themselves a little bit here. Plus, you have some lay on hands left, don't you?
I should. I haven't used. I've only used it
one.
twice.
You've used 1 point since your last long rest.
Oh, okay.
So you should still have like what, 5, 10 points?
I'm looking right now. So tell me equal to your power level times 5. Yeah, so 10.
So you have 9 left. You can
Yeah.
heal someone for 9 hit points right now. When does lay on hands recover?
I believe it's
They recover on a long rest.
Where do you see that?
Right at the top.
Oh, there it is. Usually it says it at the bottom. That's why I was looking.
So you have long rest. I'm sorry, you have lay on hands that you can spend on people. Eclipse has 1 hit die, and
That-
Sazid has a second wind. The martial characters don't even have anything. So, but the fact is, like, while you guys are trying to decide whether or not you're going to rest, he comes around to this other door over here, and the one to the right, and he pounds on it for a minute. Says, "This won't hold forever," and then walks away. So you guys are very aware he is going to continue trying to pound on and get through these doors. You guys also know that the skinless were able to slither along the wall, so a space that was only like an inch deep they were able to get through. Which means it's possible, however unlikely, because you know this room is warded. However, the person that warded the room is injured and weakened. It is possible that they could make it under the doors. So, I return to my original question to the party. Are you guys going to try to deal with Dranzorg now, or take what rest you can?
I say we take what rest we can, but be prepared to bolt out of the opposite door that gets violated, I guess.
And you do notice with, like, you guys have high enough perceptions in the party to know that he is walking in a circle. He hits the left door, walks all the way around to the right door, soon after he hits that southern door, and then soon after back to the left door, and long way around right door. So, say he is at that southernmost door, pounding on it, you're pretty sure very easily that if you're quick bolting, if you don't want to fight him, you could go out that right door and head straight north to the basement when he's pounding on that door on the southern one.
into the kitchen.
Yeah, because the path to the basement's in the kitchen. Yeah.
Plus, the kitchen has nice yummies.
Or better yet, go into the dining room, then the kitchen. That way, we're not in the same hall he's be coming to.
Also true. So one person has voted for taking the short rest, or taking what rest you can get now.
I'm fine either way.
I do technically still have both my guiding bolts from my star map, but I would still prefer to have at least wild shape. So I'm gonna vote for rest, short rest.
Okay, Sazid, what's your vote?
I will vote. I mean, I don't really care either way, but I might
Okay.
as well take vote for rest.
If we have 2 that don't care anyway, we have 2 that do care. We're going to go ahead and apply that short rest. So, oops, wrong button. Menu. Rest. Short rest has been applied. If anyone wants to roll hit dice that can, they're more than welcome to.
Fantastic.
Hey, Sazid, if you have your second wind available before the short rest, use it.
I did not.
Okay.
So are you going to use it now?
Yes, now that we've rested, I will use it.
Yay, hit die, a 1.
One sec, we'll see if what everybody else has. So he's back to green. Eclipse is the only one appearing to be worse for wear. Abel, do you spend any of your lay on hands to help him heal?
Give him 4.
All right, let me open the combat tracker and apply that. Unless you already did. Did you, Eclipse?
I didn't know.
Okay, with 4. There you go. You are still technically in the yellow, but you are above half-life, so that's a good sign. On the plus side, you're a ranged character, so if you do encounter a fight, just try to stay back. Also, don't forget, if you turn into an animal form, you use the animal form's hit points first.
Oh, that's right. I forgot I do have animal forms, don't I?
So your hit points, like you keep talking about how your hit points are low. Your hit points are actually the highest in the party because you could turn into an animal form, use that one's all up, get knocked back into this form, then turn into another animal form, use that one's all up, all before it really ticks into yours. So far, you've only been using your animal or your wild shape for archery, but during this rest, because you did state that you were going to try to doze, Abel, you find yourself sitting in a clearing. This clearing is just this grassy sort of knoll, gray cloud cover overhead, and you're on a wooden bench like in a city, but it's literally just in the middle of this green field. And as you're kind of looking around to your left and right, you look to your left, you look to your right, you look back to your left, and when you look to your right again, you see an elven man sitting there. Pristine appearance, stark white hair, immaculate flesh. Like he's just so pretty. He's the prettiest. He's Bishy. He's the prettiest guy you've ever seen. He's a himbo. And he is wearing a solid white suit. And he's just sitting on the bench next to you, just sort of looking out over the field. Probably this is an elf. There's probably 1,000 feet out from this bench in any direction, probably in a circle around you. There is gray fog and green mist that all is at that boundary, sort of 1,000-foot radius out from you. But otherwise, it's just you and him sitting on the bench.
Hello.
He looks over and says, "Oh, I didn't quite see you there. What's your name then?"
Abel. And yours?
"Oh, I'm just a gentleman caller, my friend. You're quite handsome."
As are you.
"Oh, you flirt." And he kind of looks back out across the crowd, or across the grassy knoll, and he says, "I just thought I'd tell you to be careful. One of your friends, they're gonna betray you." And as soon as he says that, he gives you this eerie sort of smile, and then you open your eyes because pounding happens on the door. You couldn't have been asleep for more than 5 minutes.
Okay.
Do you tell the party about any of this? About the caller, about what he said?
Not yet.
Okay. All right. Pounding is now currently happening at this door to the west. I am gonna go ahead and frickin' map move like I'm telling you to. I am gonna go ahead and drop a token for Dalk on the board because your guys' perceptions are high enough.
Actually, Carl,
Yep.
I will pull Heathcliff aside and tell him.
Okay, so you wake up and just immediately walk over and grab Heathcliff?
Casually, yes. I don't make it look like it's important or anything. Just a casual wander over and kind of whisper it in his ear.
Okay. Do you pull him away from the table? Because it kind of looks like him and Eclipse kind of hung out by the table during their nap since they didn't move, or during their rest since they didn't move away from the table.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so Heathcliff, he pulls you aside and tells you this dream experience he just had.
I would tell him that that's a very interesting dream. And I don't know that information. Okay. It's a very interesting dream. I'm not entirely sure that was a dream.
Do you
One,
try
because of the
to keep
houses that we're
yourself
in.
quiet?
Yeah.
Okay.
One, because of the house that we're in, but two, because would I have ever heard whisperings about how gods communicate?
No, you're not really a religious person. I mean,
Then
mechanically, and
then
none of your
I wouldn't
backstory
have
has
it too.
been. Yeah.
Right. Also, I swear I remembered someone had one of the three can be trusted, and I thought it was me, and it's not. It's not me.
No, it's actually Eclipse. Has his note said only one of 3 can be trusted. However,
Yes.
your party is now 4. So the only real 3 that you've encountered to begin with is the 3 spirits in this house.
Oh.
But that's for Eclipse, which brings me to Eclipse. Eclipse, your passive perception is 16. So on the one hand, you see them talking privately amongst themselves. Your passive perception gives you this. Do you care what they're privately discussing? Would it matter to you?
It is probably not the worst idea to know, but I'll try to listen in without giving indication that I am.
Okay, well, without giving an indication that you are. Okay, roll me a perception check. If your perception check is, before you roll it, if your perception check is super low, they're going to be 100% aware you're trying to listen. If your perception check is, we're going to say they're actively trying to do it, but they didn't actively roll any stealths or anything like that to hide what they're doing. The difficulty of this check is only a 15, which, yes, I know is below your passive, but I'm not giving it to you for that. So if you pass a 15 on this check, you can hear what they say. If you get, say, below a 10, they're aware that you're trying to listen.
Okay.
You hear what they're discussing. You hear
Dang.
about this dream, about the caller, and the suggestion that someone in the party is going to betray. Well, there comes the question. You're not sure if this dream is suggesting if they're going to betray the party or specifically betray Abel.
Okay.
So do you interject or stay there privately?
I will go ahead and stay there privately for now.
Okay. So you two continue talking. Sazid, what are you doing? This is still sort of mid-rest.
Probably trying to get some rest. That's what we agreed to do, so I might be dozing off.
Okay. All right, so back to the two that we're having a private moment. Heathcliff and Abel. Anything else to add? Heathcliff has suggested to you, Abel, that might not have been a dream. Or as simple as just a dream. What do you say?
I think you're right. I think it's the house trying to tell us something.
This has not, I'll go ahead and give you, this has not felt like the dreams from the house.
That's what I was going to say, is the way that he described it didn't feel like the way that the dreams of the house had come across.
Alright.
I think this was something else. Or someone else.
Like we need more players in this fucked up game.
Do you guys try to talk to Irina or Ez about it? Or are you going to leave them out of it?
I wouldn't bring it up because Abel, from my perspective, Abel confided in me about it.
Do you suggest to talk to one of them about it at all? Or
I would suggest that Ez may have additional insight into such an oddly specific dream. Ez was the priest, right? Or
Ez
or
is
Irina was.
Irina is the nun. Ez is a Vistani, like fortune teller. You know, she's the one who was originally talking to the spirit board and everything.
At this point, I'd say
Either
screw
one.
it to the whole party.
You'd say
Yeah, maybe either one.
And you'd say what, Abel?
At this point, I'd say screw it and just say, "Hey, everybody, listen up," and tell everybody. If I'm going to tell more than one, I'm going to tell everybody.
All right, so we'll start with Eclipse because of your note. He has been told that someone is going to betray him or the party, and he is now volunteering that to you. Do you say anything?
I will go ahead and let them know that. Can't remember, it was a note, wasn't it?
It was your
Right.
original message was to come help these people, but to be careful,
That's
only 1 in 3 could be trusted. Or I'm sorry, 1 in 3. Yeah,
One of three.
One of 3 can be trusted.
I was told long before, well, not long, but shortly before I ran into you guys, that only 1 of 3 can be trusted.
Well, let's break it down. What groups of 3 have we encountered so far?
Sazid, do you weigh in on any of this?
I suggest we've spoken to 3 different spirits.
There were initially the 3 of us,
But now we are 4.
but now we are 4. It does specifically say 1 of the 3.
Can be trusted, and
just so we have the
simultaneously, and this is when Irina would chime in, she'd say, well, if only 1 of 3 can be trusted, how can 1 of however many be guaranteed to be a betrayer? These 2 things might not be related. Seems to me, and she kind of looks around the party, at the 5 of you gathered here, herself included in that number, and says, I don't have any plans to betray you guys. I'm pretty sure I need your help to get out of the house, and I can't carry Ez on my own. Ez isn't really in a state to betray anybody, and she kind of looks at Ez and says, and Ez just kind of looks up and says, you know my story. I've done my own share of betrayal, and I did not find its taste to my liking. So the rest of you, only 1 member of the party knows Ez's story, and he heard it secondhand. That's Eclipse. But Ez just basically straight up admitted she's betrayed people before, but that she didn't find the taste to her liking. She's not a fan of betrayal, aka she's not planning to betray anyone. Does anyone have any interjection to what she just stated?
Not particularly.
Not at this time.
I would point out that working with my guild has caused me to betray a great many people, but none that I consider brothers or family. So basically, I never betrayed the guild or anybody in it, just
You
Other
only did it
people
while
I didn't
doing the
know.
job.
yeah.
Sazid.
Well, no need to worry for me. I've traveled with parties my whole life. Betrayal is not in my blood.
Ez says, no, only toxins are. And she just kind of gives you a sideways glance and then looks down. You haven't informed the party of your condition. And she just called you out for it. But she only says that much. Only toxins are.
I would look at Sazid inquisitively, but not ask any questions. Just like non-verbally ask for an explanation.
Does it show on my skin at all that I have that?
Ez would just kind of laugh a little to herself and say, "No, I've just met others like you before."
And I'll basically, and at that point, I'll inform the party of my disease touch.
That you're a leper. Abel and Eclipse, what do you guys think of everything that's been revealed in the last few minutes? And do either of you have plans to betray the party?
No. I wouldn't tell the party if I was planning to betray them.
Everybody has a chance to roll insight on the things that are being discussed right here, if you want.
Why not? Never mind.
You believe
Might as well
everyone
make
so far. Everyone here not only appears to be trustworthy, Eclipse, Eclipse and Sazid. We'll get to you both. Okay, Eclipse. Everyone here seems to be trustworthy. Moreover, you find it, we'll say, comforting that Sazid was so willing to, like, yes, I do have this toxin, and you find it comforting that Ez is like, yeah, I've totally betrayed people before. Abel, you feel the same way. Like, you guys are totally comforted by the fact that she was like, no, I'm totally a betrayer, and I hated it. It sucked.
Why not? I'll join the party.
Okay, as for Heathcliff and Sazid, well, first off, Abel and Eclipse, do you guys say out loud, like, Abel said, if I was gonna betray the party, I wouldn't tell you. Do you say that?
Yes.
Okay. Eclipse, do you say anything about it? About whether or not you'd betray the party?
Like I said, if I was going to be betraying the party, I wouldn't be the one trying to kill you.
You say you wouldn't be the one trying to kill them if you betrayed the party?
No.
Heal them.
Heal them. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so Sazid and Heathcliff, you trust everyone in this room implicitly. Like, everyone in this room seems to be on the level.
Whoa. That would actually put me a lot more at comfort.
As me as well. Visibly, I would be at ease.
Sazid, you rolled high enough that you think this to yourself. You took a short nap while someone was pounding on the doors. Who says that you can that he can trust the dream? Perhaps that dream was some sort of seed of doubt planted so that Abel ends up betraying the party because of this seed of doubt. Like, your insight makes you wonder into the dream. And I want to thank the NAB for that over in chat. That seems like, to you, a fair assessment that maybe there's something off about the dream itself that's not trustworthy. Do you tell that to the... Oh, you keep that to yourself, that the dream might not be trustworthy?
And just keep an eye on Abel in the future to make sure nothing's going to happen.
If you die, I'm going to slit your throat.
That seems both unnecessarily aggressive and not aggressive enough. But, okay. The party got their rest in. While you are discussing this, our dear friend makes it back to the door, and boom, boom, Boom! Pounding. Continues. And
Do you
after a
mind?
moment,
We're having a discussion.
he doesn't seem to hear you. He basically ignores you. Lets out another laugh as he moves his way. Party.
How are we doing in terms of the hour needed?
You have successfully achieved your short rest. And I can roll everybody's initiatives for roleplay speeds. So
What?
I found a button for it. So Irina says, yeah, there's a button. It's literally roll all NPCs. Let me see. Initiative. There's roll all NPCs, roll everyone, or roll all PCs. And then there's a button to just clear initiatives.
Huh. That's nice.
So Irina says we can wait for him to go around and keep talking, or we can move ahead now.
I say we move ahead now.
That's Abel's vote. Sazid?
I suggest we do it quietly.
Eclipse.
I agree. Quietly is a good idea.
But now as well?
Yes.
Heathcliff. Everybody's ready to go.
Quietly.
Okay.
And move over to the door.
Everyone roll me a stealth check.
I was literally just going to say, I'll roll stealth, then move towards the door.
Who got... Oh, that's disadvantage from the armor.
I don't know what happened.
Wow.
That's stealth
Why did
penalty, but that's still a good frickin' roll.
That's a really good roll.
Like, I rolled 3 dice.
No, one of them was mine. I rolled at the same time you did.
I was
Yeah.
like, I don't know what's going on.
There's extra dice on the screen. That happens. All right. Yeah, you guys make it out at the door. I am checking his passive perception right now.
I'll go last since I'm the loudest.
Yeah, I don't think we know that you're the loudest.
I'm wearing ring mail. It jingles when I walk.
Should have wrapped him in a blanket. Just carried him.
All right. First one through the door. Who's going to be first?
I'll go first. Kind of act as a lookout. I was
Okay.
thinking go hide in this corner-ish.
Are you
and
going to...
peer down.
Okay, are you going to direct them through the dining room or just straight north in the hallway?
Straight across to the dining room is going to be faster, so straight across.
Okay, who is going next? You see him disappear into this room because he didn't catch you, Heathcliff.
Cool.
I'll go next.
I'd wave him across. Because he's not there.
And
Sazid,
straight
you
across.
got a 19 in stealth. Yep, you make it. You're across in the other room. Who's next?
I'll go.
Again, waved across.
Okay, I am having trouble moving the map. There we go. You know what? This is totally our stealth music. Let it play.
I love it.
It was like cowboy music. All right, that leaves Abel and Irina. Irina did not roll a stealth check. Let's go ahead and grab her stealth check to see if it's any good. Oh yeah, her stealth check's fine. Are you gonna go after her?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'd wave her across because I still don't see him.
All right, and then Abel.
And I would wave Abel across because I still don't see him.
Abel, about the time you make it to the door, you hear pounding on the southern door. Let me in! Let me in! I am tired of this. We must fight. But Abel, you're
I
able to
agree.
make it all the way across the hall. Do you close the door behind you when you leave?
Yes.
I was gonna say if he doesn't, I was gonna dart across the hall and close it.
Okay. You are able all to make it into the dining room. And you guys heard the bellowing. Abel, do you inform them where the bellowing was coming from?
I do indeed.
That it was the southern door? Okay. So you guys are aware that that is where he was. Do you guys just run for the stairs?
Still stealthy, but yes.
Okay.
I would say we keep the stealth, but double move with stealth.
Okay, I am going
Kinda thing.
to... Yeah. I am going to pop up the next map. You guys are able to make it all the way north.
Nice.
Oops, I need to share before I expand. Sharing. Expand.
Is caring.
Expand. Heathcliff, are you the first one down the stairs still, or do you wait at the top while they all go down?
I'd wait at the top.
Okay, we'll put you in the back. Who was the first one through? Eclipse? No, Sazid. Sazid, do you wait at the top of the stairs for anyone, or do you just go straight down?
I'll wait at the landing.
Eclipse, do you just go straight down? Are you there, Eclipse? Your mic is muted.
There we go. Yes, I do.
Straight down? Okay. Are you like the bottom of the stairs straight down, or do you wait on
Yes,
the stairs? Bottom of the stairs? Okay. Abel, straight on down with Eclipse.
Yes.
Right, as we are in the basement, and because I can, because I found this. Heathcliff, always with the going first, buddy.
Apparently. Once everybody's passed, I would actually... Is there a door at the top of the stairs?
No, it is open.
Okay, I'd quietly ask for some bottles and set them up so that either somebody has to take the time to move them, or if they're just walking through and don't even notice, they would clink and fall over and make a whole bunch of noise coming down the stairs.
The next highest stealth check to yours is Sazid, and he's right next to you. The next highest after that is Eclipse, so you can ask one of them to try to stealthily grab the bottles. Who will you ask?
I'm gonna ask actually Eclipse, since he's furthest down and in and can hand them kind of back up the
Just
stairs.
pass them up in a fireman's carry, a fireman's chain.
Absolutely, sounds like a good idea to me.
Okay.
I was actually thinking like under the banister. But sure.
But you're basically trying to...
Fireman's pass works.
Oh, that works too. Are you trying to create like just like a trip hazard basically to alert you if anything tries to come down the stairs?
Yeah, it's more of like a doorbell.
Okay, I'm gonna trigger it as a disadvantage on the stealth check of anyone that comes down the stairs unless they notice it. Do you want to roll a stealth check to hide said booby trap for me, please?
Sure.
Or a sleight of hand.
Stealth's actually better, so let's go stealth.
So it's just gonna be a base 10 for them to spot it.
Do you have an inspiration?
Oh wait, that doesn't count as failed, does it?
I mean, no. Does anyone know guidance?
Actually, I think I might. Give me a second.
If you fail an ability check using a skill or tool with which you have
I
proficiency, dang.
do guidance.
I'll allow you to guide this sort of posthumously, if you would like.
Base 12.
Base 12. Okay. We can work with a base 12. That's actually really good. With a base 12, Dranzorg would not see it. With a base 10, Dranzorg would.
Awesome. Yeah, that's kind of what I was wanting an alarm on, is if he came down the stairs.
Okay. All right, and with that, we're going to go ahead and take the moment to move to a bio. I hope everyone who's watching, which currently I know is just the Nab, thanks for hanging out, the Nab. We're going to take a quick break so that people can drink water, stretch their leg, and all that fun stuff. But when we come back, we are going to explore below the house. If I remember correctly, I think someone had once said to beware the below. Yet here we are anyways. I want to appreciate everybody that's coming out, and we will be right back. All right. Hello, hello, hello. We are back. I want to double check and make sure that my Discord's got sound. Yes, it does. There it goes. When last we left, our characters had just evaded Dulk Dranzorg, the warlord of the Castle of Lament, before it became the House of Lament. And he has been stalking them. They managed to make it past him into the basement. They are making their way below to find the ghost of Mara. Mara has tasked them several times to evict spirits of this house. First, they evicted the witch, the chimney witch. Secondly, they evicted the leaper. But now she has asked that they come and evict her. What that necessarily means, they'll find as they travel below, but we'll find out right here and right now. So, Heathcliff, we'll go ahead and stick with the initiative order pre the thing. Yeah, you set the trap, and technically that should have been your turn, but we'll just go ahead and go with it. You were at the top of the stairs. Do you make your way past them and head on in? We are in dungeon crawl speed, so you are action, movement, bonus action. As for the room that you're in, so that I give a description to the party, creaking stairs lead into a damp cobweb-draped cellar containing dusty racks and 8-foot-tall wine turns. One of the casks has burst, covering the stone floor in crimson stains.
So I would...
Firstly, Sazid, is this your first time in the basement?
I believe so.
Last time the party was in the basement, and they have informed you of the story of the basement, they fought some, like, demonic cat creatures known as Grimishka down here, and that's what all the blood splatters are. So I want to make sure that you're aware that you basically see little corpses of large cats. Not large enough to be considered large cats, but like bigger than house cats. Just sort of litter the floor. But okay, continue, Heathcliff.
So I'm going to use action and cutting action as a dash to move down here. So I'd go down the stairs and then basically straight down. And then I would like to hold an attack action in case...
That is only 50 feet, just so you know.
I am aware I didn't want to go through the door without others
without
here.
The party? Okay.
Yep. So I wanted to hold an attack action for if a enemy or threat came up, I would use my psychic blades on it, whether ranged or melee. It doesn't matter.
Okay. And then pass turn?
And then fast turn.
Abel, you are near the bottom of the stairs. You see Heathcliff just basically come breezing past you like on a mission. He's moving full speed, makes it down the stairs, makes it to the end of the wine rack pile of bottles, and then draws his weapons, and it looks like he is waiting to see if a threat comes through. The door in front of him is open. You guys left it open when you were down here last.
So I can see into some of that room. Good.
Yeah.
Cool.
So, Abel, do you just... let me see, that's 5, 10, 15. That's 20 feet to get you where you're at. Okay, you're going to hug that back wall, though?
Yeah.
Okay. That's your movement. You still have an action and a bonus action.
I'm gonna hold an action for any pop-upable creatures, and my bonus action also being held to move to them if they pop up.
I like that you guys have readied actions, and I didn't have to suggest it, so I'm going to go ahead and throw an inspiration at both of you guys.
Well, thank you. I was gonna say, are you kidding? The last time we came down here, Abel was trapped and we got attacked.
It's true. It's
and
true.
we haven't been back since.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
I was also in a bottle of booze, or a basket of booze.
A barrel of booze?
A barrel of
There you
booze.
go. That's the word I was looking for.
I think you might have had too much of that booze.
All right. Irina makes it to the door and just kind of is up against the wall next to the door looking through. Eclipse.
Jeez, me. I'm gonna go and head down. Let's see. 6, 8. I can't remember. Wild chicken bonus action. Nope. Use your action. Circle the moon is a bonus action. That's what it is.
Vigilant Blessing is an action for you, though.
Well, no, yeah. I was saying if we get into an encounter, will I have to spend a turn to do wild chicken?
Yes, it's an action. It's only a bonus action if you're
Circle of the moon.
Circle of the Moon, yeah. But don't forget, I wanted to remind you that you have Vigilant Blessing. That's the one that gives you bonus on initiative.
Yes.
So if you're still trying to be, use your resources or whatever so that you're ready and you want to go first, like just a heads up that that's a thing there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was debating between that and wild shape.
If you use Vigilant Blessing, you're going to have to move back 10 feet, however, because you only have 30 foot of movement, right?
Yes, I'll go right here.
Okay, and technically, as a Tabaxi, you can double your movement speed for one turn, but to get that ability back, you have to stand still for a turn.
Which I sometimes do when I cast anyway.
So it's up to you if you want to double your move or not.
I won't for the time being, but I'll go ahead and use Vigilance Blessing.
Okay.
Oop.
All right, then. And agility, how does that read? Yeah. Okay. All right, so that's your action and your move action. Do you use a bonus action?
I do not.
Okay. Sazid, you're kind of back on the stairs still. Everybody's just kind of started to bolt down all defensively to get ready at the bottom of the stairs. What would you like to do?
Oh, this being my first time down here, I'm gonna go inspect one of these corpses.
It's a
Just
corpse
to see if I know the creature.
of a
Just familiar.
Grimishka. I wonder if I have a picture of it that I can share. I think I did. I do. That is a Grimishka.
With my background, I've probably fought these things before.
I will give you advantage on a nature or arcana check to identify them, if you choose to use your action on that.
Might well. Let's see if I can find the checks. They're both +2, so it doesn't matter. Oh, advantage, you said.
21. Yeah, you are able to identify Grimishka. And what you know about them is that they are vicious products of mistakes made by novice spellcasters seeking to create life. The results are cat-sized, magically unstable creatures with a taste for the trappings of magic. Particularly, they eat spellbooks, spell components, familiars, and the like. Grimishka's delight in tormenting magic users, holding vicious grudges against those who gave them life as they infest the walls of spellcasters' homes or the surrounding lands. Despite their feral appearances, Grimishkas are cunning creatures. They might imitate the sounds of whimpering children or wounded animals to coax victims into tight quarters. While they favor attacking spellcasters, Grimishkas are opportunistic hunters and lash out at anything that they think they can overwhelm or just get a bite of. Grimishkas have an unstable relationship with magic. Spells cast near them might rebound onto those nearby or cause the monster to simply explode, its scaly chunks rapidly reforming into duplicate Grimishkas. These spontaneously created swarms can rapidly turn a single annoying Grimishka into a chittering, magic-reflecting wave of teeth and claws. The last person who tried to identify them wasn't really able to identify them beyond the fact that they were monstrous, magic-using, or magic-reflecting creatures.
And then we blew them up anywhere with magic.
Yeah, well, you did. It definitely, if I remember correctly, rebounded on you. Which now you know, out of game, that could have been significantly worse.
Yeah.
However, he is now aware of what you guys weren't. It's up to him whether he shares it with you, but Grimishkas lurk in places where there's magic. Not just hauntings, but there's specifically something magic down here would create them.
Let them know there might be more of them down here, and for our spellcasters to be very, very careful.
Okay. Anything else, Azid, while you want to finish your movement?
Yeah, I'll finish my
You've
movement.
already moved 15 feet.
I have another 15. 3, that's as far as I can go.
Okay.
And actions used. So I'll just use my bonus action to draw my rapier.
You can do that as an item interaction, but yeah. Technically, you can do it as part of your movement, and it doesn't even count as your item interaction.
I have no other weapons I need to draw, so
the end
I'll
of
just
your
pass
turn then?
at that point.
Okay. Heathcliff.
Okay.
She's at the door peering in to cover you if you decide to enter.
Yeah, I would enter and see what's going on. So we're gonna pause here. So I take a quick check of the room.
Old furnishings, rotten pantry stables, and boxes of mundane junk fill this musty storage space. You notice that the junk, however, since the last time you've been here, in this particular corner, move, thank you, has moved to the side walls. It is neatly organized in stacks, and an archway has appeared there that wasn't there before.
Okay. I'm gonna yell back at everybody, hey, there's an archway in here. I'm going to move closer to it and wait for you guys all to catch up so we can go through mostly together.
Okay, you've moved 3 squares so far, so that's 15 feet.
Yep. So I got 3. I'm gonna go... let's go on this side. Because you said all this stuff is basically moved to the side, stacked neatly, so I should be able to be there. Right?
Yep.
Cool. And again, ready and attack action for if an enemy shows up or something hostile.
Okay.
And in turn.
Abel Gherkin, sir, it is your turn.
I'm gonna follow Heathcliff as much as I can, and also ready attack action.
Are you going to do a double move or just... Oh, you're readying the attack action still. So that's a single move. 5, 10, 15. It takes you 20 feet just to get to the door. The square next to Irina is 20 feet.
Okay, I have 30 feet of movement, so I'm going into the room.
30 feet could put you in the square immediately behind Heathcliff if you would like.
That would work.
Okay. All right. Anything else other than preparing your action? Okay.
No.
Irina. Irina steps into the room and she's like, well, that wasn't here before. She strikes a torch. 10, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Lighting the room that she is in. Then she passes turn.
All right, so let's see here. That's 1, 2, 3.
Double check, but I think a torch is 20 feet of light. Bright light and 20 foot, dim light for another 20. Who has dark vision, out of curiosity?
I have Eyes of Night.
Okay.
I have dark vision 60 feet.
I have technically dark vision 300 feet.
Jesus. Abel?
Woof.
Abel, do you have dark vision?
No, I do not.
Sazid, do you have dark vision?
Nope, just blind sense of 5 or 10 feet.
10 feet.
Let me go ahead and read this real quick because it's actually a Twilight Cleric first level feature.
Okay.
At night, you can see through the deepest gloom. You have dark vision out to a range of 300 feet. In that radius, you can see in dim light as if it were bright light, and in darkness as if it were dim light. As an action, you can magically share the dark vision of this feature with willing creatures you can see within 10 feet of you, up to a number of creatures equal to your wisdom modifier. The shared dark vision lasts for 1 hour. Once you share it, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest, unless you expend a spell slot of any level to share it again.
So you see torchlight come from the hallway, or from the door beneath, south of you, showing that there must be darkness down there somewhere as you start to head south. And it is your turn, so it's up to you if you want to activate your Eyes of Night.
So the Eyes of Night for me personally is just passive.
Yeah, but I mean, if you want to declare that these guys are your allies and within 10 feet of you.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's for everyone I see, which means that I have to wait for everyone to be in front of me first.
Ah. Fair enough. Okay. Well, it is your turn, sir.
So if we just want to head down here before we go, wait for Sazid to get in front, and I'll be the, rear guard, and then I'll use it. But so I will stand right here.
Okay.
And that's where I'll end my turn.
Okay. And you're readying your action to activate?
Yes.
Okay. Sazid, your turn. You two
Well,
see the
with
torch
movement,
go
I
up.
can get to here.
Okay, he's there. He triggers your Eyes of Night. Do you want to describe how the Eyes of Night work, Eclipse, like from a roleplay perspective? Do their eyes glow red? Do they just suddenly able to see in the dark?
Their eyes glow yellow.
Like stars.
And it allows them to, and I let them know, thanks to the abilities from on high, I bestow upon each of you, because it's up to your wisdom modifier, which my wisdom modifier is 6. So
Is your wisdom modifier is what? Your wisdom modifier is
not-
4.
4. I'm looking at my saving. 4.
But that's still
I
enough
believe
to hit everybody.
is enough. But now all of you can I'm trying to see here. You can
For the next
Dark vision.
hour, they have dark vision out to a
I was
range of
hoping-
300 feet.
Yeah, I was making sure it was the dark vision of the ability or just regular dark vision. So everyone now has a thanks to the powers I have commanded from upon high, you all have dark vision within up to 300 feet. And that radius, you can also see dim light as if it were bright light, and darkness as if it were dim light.
And so you know, that means that if you're within darkness, you're making your ability checks and attack checks at disadvantage. Because that's what dim light means. Dim light is at disadvantage. And then, so you're seeing at dim light and darkness. So
that's in pure darkness, we would be in dim light.
That's why I'm saying in pure darkness, because you have dim light, you're rolling at disadvantage in pure darkness, as opposed to not being able to roll at all.
So, ta-da!
So, all right. Sazid, you make it that far before he casts the spell, or before he casts the ability, then what? Is that your full turn?
That's my full movement.
Do you react to the fact that your vision just got sharper?
Since he explained what he did, I'll thank him and double move to catch up and get right behind Irina.
So Irina, her torch is casting bright light for 20 feet and then dim light for another 20. So basically within 40 feet of Irina, you guys have normal vision.
Wait, what was their torch doing?
Her torch does 20 feet of bright light, and then beyond that 20 feet is another 20 feet of dim light. And in dim light, because of your ability, that you see as though it's bright light.
Yeah.
Oh, you ran all the way in?
Full move and get 10 feet in front.
Okay. Because you're in the room, I'm going to go ahead and... this hollow room doesn't appear part of a larger construction, but sort of a space between the buried ruins of the castle. A rusted iron door... Whoops, can you see the iron door? Yes, you can. A rusted iron door is set into a wall of what used to be the ground floor of the tower. So that is what you see, Sazid. Anything else?
That's all the movement I can do, so I'll just let the party know that I see the door and it might be locked.
All right, Heathcliff. How do you react to your dark vision suddenly significantly improving?
Well, considering I can now see colors in the dark, but don't know that I can see further yet, I would nod at Eclipse, essentially for making it a little easier to see.
Of course.
And then
Then
we're going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
you also see the iron door at the base of the rounded wall.
35, 40. I'm going to use a cunning action dash to get here and see what's around the rock protrusion.
Just a collapsed in corner. Like I said, this is a
Cool.
space between ruins more than it is a room.
So I'm going to... I have an action, and I just had 45, right?
Yes.
So I have 60, 70 total. So I have 25 left. Wow.
You're also close enough to see the door a little more clearly. The iron door looks thoroughly rusted. Like it is, you honestly, not that you know the science of oxidization in this era, but if you did, the thought process would be like, careful touching the door, it might just crumble.
Okay. I'm going to use the rest of my movement to move catty corner from the door.
Mm-hmm.
And again, ready in action just in case.
Man, it's really nice
Same.
to be a frickin' rogue so that you can bonus action dash.
Same triggers.
Okay.
And pass turn.
Abel, sir, they've all made it, well, 3 of them have now made it into this other corridor. Are you there, Abel?
I am. I'm counting.
Ah.
5, 10, 15.
I also just realized this is the first time that the Nab can see my face since my face is on stream. Hi, Nab.
That's where I'm going, and I'm done. I used a double move, so I have no action.
Okay. Yeah, you see the same super rusted door.
Item interaction. Is it possible to scrape some rust off to make weapons later?
Make weapons out of the rust?
You use rust when you make a knife or a dagger and welding and stuff. It's one of the ingredients.
Do you have smith tools proficiency?
I don't think so.
Then I'm going to go with no.
All right.
If 10. Irina doesn't want to leave Eclipse too far behind, so she is actually only going to move to right here. And then pass turn. She is also readied her action. This is the first time she's readied her action. So Eclipse, it is your turn. You there, Eclipse?
Right. I am going to go ahead and use one of my wild shapes.
To animal form, or...
I am going to turn into a wolf.
Okay, I need to then share a wolf cohort to your character sheet, and then we will put that wolf cohort onto the combat tracker and give it a token, and you will be able to use it. So give me just one moment.
Okay.
Cohorts tab, NPCs. Wolf. Just a good old-fashioned wolf. I wonder if that one is different than this one.
Now, when you dash at something, it's always just double its speed, right?
Yeah, so when you dash, it's the same as taking the movement. So it is equivalent of doubling your movement. So you can move and then dash, ergo your total movement is doubled.
Got it.
However, as a druid, your racial features carry over with you to your animal forms. So your feline agility applies to your wolf form.
Okay, sweet.
So I just got to make some quick adjustments to your wolf form stats real quick. Medium beast, let me see. Your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma will match the ones that are on the character sheet for you. Wisdom 18. Charisma 15. This will have affected your perception in wolf form will be still a 6.
Also, it looks like the feline agility can only be used in combat.
Does it say that in combat?
It says when you move on your turn in combat.
I am gonna GM fiat that's one of those things that yes, in combat is what applies, but is what really applies. But in this form, as long as we're using initiative, it's totally usable.
Okay, it says you can double your speed until end of turn. So in other words, if I use it and then decide to dash, I can go quadruple my speed.
Yes.
Okay.
That is why Tabaxi monks are the scariest creatures in the game. A Tabaxi, you can build the flash out of a Tabaxi monk. I think the build is something like 2,800 feet a turn or some shit.
Holy.
Can be managed,
Right.
or 1,800 feet a turn. It's nuts. And if you do that math, that's that over 6 seconds, you're moving faster than, at the very least, faster than the speed of sound.
Like monk?
That
sounds like fun.
I'm sorry. Roll me 2d8, please. I do not use the standard hit points for the wolf. You roll your hit points whenever you take on an animal form.
Oh, this is scary already, then.
I mean, it could be potentially higher than what they have for you. Yeah, that's already higher, so it just jumped from an 11 to a 14.
Take it. I was expecting to roll, which, by the way, random thing. When I was playing Baldur's Gate yesterday, I got advantage on a roll, and I rolled 2 1s.
Oh, goodness.
I was like, really?
Oh, goodness. All right. I have it listed as wolf form. So you transform, and the only one that can see you currently when you transform is Sazid. So hopefully nobody else in the party panics thinking you're an enemy when you wander into the room, since everybody has readied actions to attack enemies that enter the room. And for the record, you can't talk in wolf form.
Yeah, I know.
But Sazid can see you, so what do you look like?
Let's see. Pretty much, I'm just gonna go with a white wolf with yellow eyes.
Okay. Now, you guys haven't had a chance to experience too much of this yet, but certain abilities are affected by the Mists of Ravenloft. So you turn into this white wolf, yellow eyes, but your teeth are... You're not this... You might have meant to be, but you're not this like clean-cut looking tundra wolf or white wolf that you might have necessarily expected. Not that you can see the difference. Everyone else can, though. Your teeth are gnarled, like your whole mouth looks almost mangled, like you've been in 100 fights. Your body is sort of sunken and sallow, so that you would look like a starved wolf. Like, you look hungry and ready for a fight, even if that was not necessarily your intention.
So, is this something that's cosmetic, or this will?
Oh, it's 100% cosmetic, but
okay.
It's just unfortunately the paths of the Mists of Ravenloft just tend to shift magic towards horror. There's certain spells that change. Casting Raise Dead, or not Raise Dead, yeah, Raise Dead, whichever one raises a buddy that's fallen back to life. You may see ghosts come in and like collect the body and lift it up and stuff that you were not necessarily planning when you originally cast the spell. Like, just certain visual effects of things change to match this dark, evil place that you find yourself in. You are affected by the environment. So, you are in wolf form.
Here I am hoping that when I run...
I did not add that to the combat tracker.
And the token.
Yep. I
so
fail
here
sometimes.
I am when the people yell out, "Hey, it's him! Don't kill him!"
I'll use my soliloquy to say, our cat just turned into a dog.
That is fantastic.
So that W is you.
I am W.
And I'm also pretty sure I can figure out how to change that token. I'm just not sure how yet.
Oh, no, it's fine for now. But I will go ahead and move my regular speed and then dash. I won't use my feline agility at the moment because I really don't need it right now because I can pretty much move all the way to 80.
Yeah, your regular speed is 40 feet. So your dashing puts you at 80.
2, 3, 4, 5. And as I go right
So
by
that's 40.
Zed.
Anyone watching notices Irina just like back up against the wall till her back is almost flush with the wall. You cannot actually go through that unless you try to push the door open. Do you try to touch the door?
I go right here.
Do you try to like shove the door at all? There is a handle on the door, but you also see that it's this rusted out iron door, so do you try to push it?
Yeah, I'll try and push it.
As soon as you go to push it, the thing snatches itself away from you and slams with this massive crash against the wall behind you. Or behind it. Opening up this chamber.
I'm going to use my soliloquy.
Okay.
And hiss out, good job waking up the entire neighborhood.
Stairs curve along the wall of this buried tower chamber, rising and then halting abruptly at a ceiling. Much of the floor has fallen away, collapsing into darkness. So you can see this like hole in the floor over here. Now, because you have dark vision, what's your passive perception? 16?
Is it going to be different as a wolf?
Yeah, no, it's actually the same as a wolf for you because it uses your wisdom stat anyways. So you actually increased the normal wolf's perception.
For me. So then my passive perception would be just a 16, so right?
Yeah, it would still just be a 16.
Okay.
And yeah, so you see that pit. Do you do anything else? Do you finish your movement into that room?
I'll finish it going right here. I'll look back at Abel and just give him like a nod. Hopefully he realizes who it is.
Okay. And that brings us to wolf. That was your wolf form. Should have been selected, but same thing.
Again.
No, technically that should have been a 6. I don't know why it rolled it again. And I can actually, I think, if I do this right... Nope, I thought I could make you invisible, but I can't. I'm just curious about something. I am going to delete it. Yeah, so we should be fine. Just remind me that if you get turned back into a human, I need to drop you back on, or to a tabaxi. I need to drop you back on the initiative tracker.
Yep.
So, all right, are you going to do anything else for your turn? Cool, and you were able to pass turn, so that is awesome. It did work correctly. Sazid, this wolf comes charging past you.
Excuse me. I already told the party that it was our tabaxi, so time to just move forward.
Okay.
And I'll double move to go right up to the edge of the hole and look down in.
Because of your dark vision, you see mostly darkness, but approximately... Wow, it doesn't actually give me stats on how deep the hole is. You see a bottom probably 50 foot down.
I'll inform the party it's 50 feet down, and I'm probably the only
one.
How
How do you inform the party? What do you say?
Down there. This hole drops about 50 feet.
This hole drops about 50 feet. I can go down. Yeah, it perfectly echoes you. Like it's the crispest, clearest echo you've ever heard.
Rubber baby buggy bumpers.
You're not close enough to say that yet, but, well, you are, but you know what I mean. Not close enough to the hole. Also, be serious. It's a horror campaign. I'm going to start taking inspiration away from people and giving you negative inspiration when you guys aren't accepting of the horror.
What would negative inspiration work?
Disadvantage on a random check. I'm just gonna be like, spend that negative inspiration. You get disadvantage on this check.
That's no bueno.
Yeah, there we go. I like that. But, alright, so Sazid explains that the hole is 50 foot deep and that he has the ability to fly down it if he needs to. Which means, just so you know, Sazid, and Irina sort of uses her soliloquy to suggest this, and says, you're probably going to have to carry the wolf. Because I'm feeling like the wolf probably can't use a rope.
No.
You guys can tie a
Probably
rope
not.
around him and lower him in.
On the plus side, apparently I'm extremely scrawny at the moment. So
It's true. Was that your total action and move, Sazid?
I did double move. I
Okay.
think I still have
A
5
bonus,
or 10 feet.
a
left
bonus
to
and an
move,
item
but-
interaction and 5 or 10 feet. So it's up to you if you want to like tie off a rope for them or anything.
Yeah,
We'll call it a
I believe
40-foot
I do
hole.
have rope.
We'll call it a 40-foot hole. And there's a post coming from the bottom of the stairs that you could totally tie a rope off to.
can I possibly see if I can hear anything like at the bottom of the hole?
When it comes around to your turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'll do is use up my rope and tie it off.
Sweet. Nothing else?
So how do I remove that from my inventory?
Don't worry about it.
We'll collect it on our way back up.
See, whoever had that psionic beak ability,
We're still connected.
No, you're not. You had a rest.
No, we're
How many hours? How many hours does it last?
6 from when I cast it.
Yeah,
Which
there's
was-
still probably 2 or 3 hours left.
Yeah, I don't remember. It was on Abel and
Eclipse.
Eclipse. Okay.
So my
Chris-
question is then, can I still speak telepathically as a wolf?
Yes.
Okay.
The network fell off because
You guys
The
were cleared.
combat
from
tracker got cleared. Yeah. And I
So-
forgot to put it back up. So you said there's what, about 2 hours left? You'd say?
Yeah, I'll say 2 hours. Technically, I can turn on a timer that would track in-game time, but then I've got to manually like click it through things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm using the duration on the Psychic Whispers network effect that I made to like remember how much is left.
Nice, nice.
So I've been trying to update that.
So, okay, well, it is your turn, Heathcliff. He tied off a rope and slung it down the thing.
So initially when it was 50, I was getting ready to use my piton right at the top. So he tied a rope off, ready to go down. I would like to sneak down the rope and see what's at the bottom.
Sending you a whisper.
Congrats. The rope broke, you died. For ya.
All right. How far across is the hole?
I mean, it's as
Like
big
to-
as it is in the picture. We'll say it's 10 to 15 feet across, depending on how you're looking at it.
All right, and how does jumping work again?
You make an athletics check to jump.
But I mean distance-wise.
All right, I'm going to pull up the exact wording so that I don't say it to you wrong. I'm pretty sure I know it in my head, but I want to make sure I have it for you correct. Really? That was stupid. I'm gonna have to pull it up on D&D Beyond because for whatever reason, Roll20, which is the first thing that pops up on Google, says that our connection isn't secure, and it's because of the network.
Yeah.
Long jump, roll an athletics check. Then after modifiers, force it to be at least your strength score. This is how far you can jump. High jump, roll an athletics check with a -4 to the roll, then divide by 2. Then force result to be at least strength modifier +3. This is how high you can jump.
Cool. So, thank you for reminding me about that feature.
Yep.
I am going to walk up to the hole and jump.
You're just going
I'm
to
gonna
jump
jump.
across?
I'm not jumping across, I'm jumping more across and down, so that about 10 to 15 feet, maybe about 10 feet down.
I was about to say, if
I
it's
can
more than
launch onto
10
the other
feet
wall.
down that you jump, you will technically take falling damage. When you hit
No,
that
it was
side.
kind of I wanted to arc and kind of cling to the side and then scamper down that one all nice and stealthy like.
Okay, so yeah, you see him just run up and leap into the hole. Do you say anything?
Alonzi?
The hole echoes back. Alonzi? Perfect and clear,
Can I try and-
resounding around you like a bell.
Would it be a strength check to try and stop him from jumping?
Do you just try to reach out and grab him?
Yeah.
I will
suggest if
call
he wants
it
to get
an
down quietly.
acrobatics check to try and catch him as he's running past.
Alright, let's do that first. 17.
Because of his armor class, I'll say you're able to grab hold of his arm as he's running past. Do you stop when he grabs your arm? Or do you just like yank free and keep moving?
No, I might have too much movement at that point, but I would attempt to stop.
That's right. If he dashed pretty much all the way from over there, there's momentum in play.
Well, not really in D&D, but
But
logically, yes.
how many squares of movement did you take to get there to where you are currently?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
For 5.
5
Okay.
squares.
Okay. Yeah, if he reaches to grab you, he catches you. You say Alonzi, it echoes back, and then you come to a stop.
I'd give him this inquisitive look like, why did you stop me?
I'll use the psychic network to do my soliloquy. Just go back and ask, like, is there a reason you don't want to use the rope?
Does it apply through my boots?
It applies to you, period. Like,
I would
yeah.
literally just like gently tug my arm free and literally just walk over the edge and stand at 90 degrees.
Yeah,
and look at him.
He
and be
stands
like, "What
90
now?"
degrees lateral in the hole, looking back up at Sazid. Gravity not applying.
Your core strength is amazing.
Irina is not. I mean, she's kind of close enough to see this all going down through the door, and I'll say Abel hears her give out a little laugh.
Oh, I didn't know you had those boots. Continue.
When he says boots, I'd say what boots and do a handstand on the wall.
Barehanded on the wall, his hands are touching the wall, not his feet. Make an acrobatics check. Gravity might not apply to you, but the ability of whether or not you can actually do a handstand does. You are not able to do a handstand.
Excellent.
So you see him put his hands on the wall. He says, "What boots?" Puts his hands down on the wall and like lifts his feet up and ends up falling. And now he is flat against the wall.
I'll just question how.
I would say trade secret.
Irina is actually going to say from back where she is, and she goes, Stop showing off. The gifts of the blood are not meant to impress others. It is a curse, not a joy. And that is her soliloquy.
Yeah, I'd slide and scurry down the wall at that point.
I wouldn't have any background knowledge of vampires or anything like that, would I?
Yeah, you're a
I
monster. You're a monster hunter. Yes, you would.
My ears perk
Sorry?
up because I've definitely seen vampires before.
Yeah, yes, you have.
So I now know that Irina and Eclipse are part monster, at least.
Well, no, I'm from Innistrad.
Well-
Innistrad is werewolves and vampires everywhere.
You would know that Irina knows and dislikes what I'm doing. Eclipse knows that she's a Damphir.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that was ever shared with the party, and I know
It
because
has
I'm
it
a
has
Damphir,
not been
because
shared
I'm
with the
one.
party till this very moment. So that means what Irina just said about, it's a curse, not a joy. Wolf form guy over here, the Tabaxi, having known that she is a Damphir, can now correlate that you are probably a Damphir as well. Nobody
he
else in the
can't tell
party would
me.
necessarily know that you are that, but that they would know that there's something off about you. And Sazid would think that likely a monster.
And as well as keeping an eye on Abel, now I'd probably keep an eye on those two as well. Be less trusting of.
Everybody's
Can
talking
I-
about betrayal.
Can I do an acrobatics check to see like how gracefully I go down the wall?
I can see it. Roll like this.
I mean, that's a matter of choice and flavor at this point. So yes, you're using spider walk, so
Dang it. I was honestly hoping you'd roll something like a 1 and you just like tumble sideways. down
yeah.
the wall.
With a
Roll
16,
the
with a
wall
16, you can straight up describe how you get down the wall.
So I would not necessarily show off, but not directly just walk down the wall. I'd kind of jump, trying to pick out handholds that maybe Abel could use as we went down.
We have a rope.
That doesn't mean much, but yeah.
How much movement do you have left when you get there?
5, 10, 15. So with walking off the edge is 30. So if I dash, I'd have 40 left, so I would be at the bottom.
Okay. You can make it all the way to the bottom. I am going to go ahead. And even though you're technically the only one that can see this,
Take it to the bottom, get eaten by a ghoul.
Well, depending on what I see, depends on if I ready an action or if I actually attack. Or if I run back up the wall.
okay. Don't fight with me, token. The GM should be able to move the tokens wherever he wants to. I can't move you across the mask.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
So that is where you are, and only you can see that area. So I'm not going to
Okay.
expand it any bigger than that right now, but it is definitely bigger. And I will go ahead and describe. Nothing is natural about this buried cavity or the amber light that begins flooding the space. And we'll say that amber light comes from basically the point of what I've cleared. That little narrow point at the top right.
Mm-hmm. Do I see any enemies or anything? Anything moving?
No, not immediately, no.
Okay, I would. Actually, we're going to use the psychic network so I don't yell. Across the psychic network, I would tell Abel and Eclipse that there are no enemies at the bottom. Please let Sazid and Irina know that it is safe to come down. Currently.
Would if I could.
And pass turn.
Okay,
think the
Abel,
best way-
your turn. You just saw all this with him defying gravity and then going down the hole.
I climb down the rope.
Do you say anything when you get over there? Everybody else is kind of testing the echo.
No. I will not to test the echo, but I would look at the remaining party and actually no, I look at the wolf and I'm like, how are you getting down?
How are you getting down? Perfect echo. Who's all in the network with you?
Abel
so the wolf
and
the wolf
Eclipse.
could reply to the how you getting down in psychic mode. Do you reply?
I will reply with. Hopefully, a new bird friend here can help me out.
When it says that, oh, well, I don't hear it, but when I hear Abel ask, I'll walk over and bend down in front of the wolf to let him climb on my back.
Just
That's if Abel
just
asks.
mount up. Well, Abel asked psychically. No, Abel asked out loud. The wolf replied psychically. So, as almost though it were in response to your response, Eclipse, he walks over and is like squatted down in front of you so that you can climb up onto his back. Is that it though, Abel? You're just going to go down the rope?
Yep.
Okay, I need an athletics check from you. You're only going to make it about 15 foot down the rope, unless you do a double move, which would get you another 30 feet, which would get you to the bottom.
That's what I'll do.
Okay, then I need an athletics check from you, please.
Ouch.
Ouch. You going to spend your inspiration or keep that?
I'm spending my inspiration.
I thought as much. And go ahead and re-roll that with advantage. Heathcliff did say he was looking for like handholds and stuff on his way down that he would suggest back up to you. So there are handholds and stuff in there. It's the equivalent of 8 another. $15. You are able to make it down the rope to the bottom safely. I will go ahead and move your token down as well. And again, you just see this cavern that is ever so slightly flooded with amber light, and it basically looks like the cavern is dug out.
Okay.
Irina, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It takes her 30 feet just to get there. And she says, well, the rope was a nice touch at least. And sure enough, echo back, well, the rope was a nice touch at least. And then she just steps over the ledge in much the same fashion that Heathcliff did and begins walking down. She does not make it all the way to the bottom. She only makes it 30 feet down, so she's still got 10 feet to go. Wolf, it is your turn. Do you climb onto his back?
I do.
Okay, I'm going to need an athletics check from Sazid when he goes to carry you down. Do you make any noises at the hole?
I howl.
You let out this boisterous howl that sure enough fills this entire upstairs area. Down below, you guys hear it. Actually, down below, you guys have had a chance to hear the echo situation happen, and it reverberates up the tunnel. His howl sends nothing back. There is absolutely zero sound reverberation from within this catacomb, or within this cave that you two find yourself in, echoing back up that sound. Absolutely nothing. The only thing that does happen is the amber light increases. Eclipse, you hear a voice that says, hello. Only you hear it.
I look left and right, head tilting. And I guess I'll go ahead and let my friends on the Psionic Network know. Someone just said hello to me.
Eclipse. 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 Your name just begins to ever so quietly whisper out of the hole. But again, only you can hear it.
Yeah, I'm a bit disconcerted now. But I'm not going to stay up here by myself.
Because the amber light has expanded. I'll expand that. So yeah, that's it for your turn then?
Yes.
Sazid, give me an athletics check to fly down the hole with him on your back. Oh boy.
And I have no inspiration.
You get to decide whether you drop him or you both fall.
Well, sorry to say, I'm going to drop him.
I'll try, if possible, I'll try to, as he's dropping me, like, try and do like a bounce between the walls.
Roll me
So
an
I could,
athletics check for you, for the wolf.
It's going to be fun because it's just going to, for the wolf, I believe the wolf has, what, plus?
Just a +1. It's a straight strength check for you.
I just got to go to my cohorts page to do that, right?
Yep.
Or no, I have.
You go to your cohorts, and or if you can see you can't see the thing. So yeah, go to the cohorts and open the wolf form cohort page.
And just roll the strength.
Yep, strength, the C, not the S. Okay. If you had succeeded, I was going to reduce the number of dice of damage you took by 1. It's 3 dice worth of damage. I was going to reduce it by 1. Because you nat 20'd, I'm reducing it by 2.
I'll take it.
Nice.
So your wolf form takes 3 points of damage.
Okay.
Putting you at the normal base wolf hit points to begin with. So now I get to move your wolf token to the bottom of the hole. And guys, you see this. You're looking up. You see Sazid sort of wobble, and then this wolf starts falling at you. And sure enough, hardcore parkour! The wolf just basically starts bouncing from wall to wall and or wall running around the circle to get to the bottom before just dropping and landing right next to you guys. His athletics check was a nat 20, so I'm not even going to give him that he falls prone. He successfully just lands it.
I still have some cat blood in me.
Right? That is your third nat 20 this game, so I am going to go ahead and give you an inspiration point.
I'll take it.
Yeah, getting 3 nat 20s like that absolutely deserves an inspiration to continue the... Today is the story of you. Like, holy cheddar whiz. How much movement do you have, Sazid?
30 feet. I can't quite get to the bottom.
So you are at with a single move, we'll put you at the same level Irina is on the wall. Do you continue to the bottom with a dash, or do you stop where you're at?
I'll just stay next to Irina.
Okay, what would you like to do for your action? And, well, your action was sort of carrying, so we'll go ahead and use that. Your bonus action, what would you like to do?
Bonus action. I can't. There's nothing I really can do for bonus action. Not much I can do.
Okay.
So I'll just pass turn.
All right. Heathcliff. You're at the bottom of the hole. You see 2 stone sort of turrets popping up. And I'm going to see if I can clear this. The amber light appears to be coming from this way.
Okay.
Do you wait for them? Do you move towards the light?
With all the yelling and everything, if I want to move stealthily, do I need to re-up my stealth? My hide?
Do you need to? I can't tell you that. Do you want to? It's entirely up to you.
Alright, I'm gonna bonus action hide.
Bonus action hide, okay.
With a 13. Fantastic.
Unless you want to re-roll it.
No, I'd rather save the inspiration for something else.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna tuck myself over here and try to see what's causing the amber glow.
Okay, now that most of you are down here, and Sazid's going to be down here within his turn, I'm going to go ahead and finish reading the description. Nothing is natural about this buried cavity or the amber light flooding this space. Petrified figures trapped among the pale stone walls. Petrified figures lie trapped among the pale stone walls, their faces contorted in terror. Deeper, the floor forms a crater-like depression filled with inky muck. That's that little bit that you see in front of some sort of gem there, is inky muck. From the center of the pit rises a jagged monolith. A faint glow issues from within, backlighting a vague and elusive shape.
Okay.
And for the sake of the wolf that I'll say can see it from there, you, Eclipse, can see that it is an amber monolith.
Oh, great.
I would send an image of what I'm seeing to
Can you
Abel.
send an image with your telepathy?
That's what I just checked, and I don't have. There doesn't need to be a common language.
But
So I should be able
if
to
it
send-
doesn't, if it doesn't say you can send images, you can't. It's just talking.
Do we have a map for where we're at, by the way?
Yes, there is
I
a
don't-
map. Scroll down. You're on that. It's the same map you were on.
Oh, can you reshare it real quick, please? I thought that was the only part, so I closed it.
Grounded.
Oh,
Yeah, other telepathic abilities in game, Heathcliff, actively say you can share pictures, which implies that ones that don't say you could share pictures, you can't.
thank you.
Okay.
Oh, is it-
So do you just describe what you see?
I would, yeah, describe what I see, which would be your description.
Yep, I'll go ahead and share it into the chat over there. So everyone that you describe it to is down here with you. So
Yes. I understand, but they also potentially, especially Abel, didn't really have line of sight on the
yeah, Abel
monolith
doesn't.
itself, so I wanted them to know what we were dealing with. And then, as per usual, I'm going to ready an action, ready an attack, if I need it.
Okay.
Same regular triggers,
And then passing turn.
and then passing turn.
So Abel, there's an amber monolith ahead. Your buddy is moving in range of it with his weapon drawn, and there are still two friends above you in the hole. What do you do?
Draw my weapon.
Okay.
And 15, 20,
Are you in a square there? You're not in a square.
I should be.
You're not. You're on a center point between 4 squares.
Is that better?
You need to go up or down.
Down.
Okay. As you approach that far out, the room begins to grow colder. For everyone down here, it is almost freezing. I need to... Can I... I can't drag it that way. The other one pop up? It didn't. There it is.
Now, can I still use any of my items if I'm in wild shape?
Any of your what?
If I'm in wild shape,
Can you use what?
my items.
No, they become part of your body unless you actively say that they were left out.
Got it.
And technically, to use an item, you have to have the then ability to physically use said item. AKA, if it has like a button or something on it, you have to have the ability to push buttons. If you take an animal form that can't push a button or pull a trigger, you know, that applies. What item are you trying to use?
My amber crystal.
Ah. Your amber crystal is one with you right now.
Yeah.
Whatever that means. So, all right. Abel, sorry, finishing what I was saying. The room grows colder. And then just above, literally hovering in the air above the crystal, the Crimson Knight Mara begins to take form. So you found me, she says to you.
Yep, now what?
Do you pass turn?
I say yep, now what? Then pass turn.
Are you alone?
No.
Where are the others?
Coming presently.
Heathcliff, do you say anything?
Nope.
Okay. Irina drops her further 10 feet. $15, $20, $25, 10, 20, 25, 30. Irina gets that far. And what the hey? She is going to double move. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. She moves there. Mara just sort of nods.
Glad you guys didn't make me a liar.
Wolf.
I guess I'll go ahead and move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Eclipse! Eclipse! You hear as though the voice is coming from within the amber itself.
Like, how much longer do I have in my wild shape?
I think it lasts for an hour, so you still have plenty of time. This has only been like 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
If that.
Well, I still have 10 more feet, but I'll go right here. And I'll go ahead and speak to Heathcliff and Abel through the network, telling him that something is calling to me from within the crystal.
Heathcliff, any reaction?
1 sec.
Can I investigate the crystal from this distance?
Did you do a single move or a double move to get here?
I'm technically still 5 feet left of my single move.
Yes, you can investigate.
Okay.
They just will take your action.
Investigate is intelligence.
Yes, it is. It doesn't look like you were proficient in it, so it would just be a straight intelligence check. Nice. The nearly opaque water appears to hide skeletal remains. Like it's the inky pool of water is like filled with bodies.
Anything?
What?
I would say anything about the crystal.
You see just a black wisp of a figure within the crystal just sort of writhe back and forth. And then, like I read in the original description with that investigate, you're also aware of the dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of bodies that make up the cavern walls, like out of stone. With that investigation, you're keenly aware that these were probably live bodies at one time.
Keeping with the horror theme, given your description, I'm envisioning the walls from Jeepers Creepers.
Yeah, except not fleshy, they're stone. But yes.
Okay.
I will go ahead. Before I end my turn, I'll let Abel and Heathcliff know that what I saw, as well as the multitude of bones and bodies in the black gunk.
Okay, and I am still waiting for a response from them
Yep.
on what you psychically said.
Yep, I have a response on that.
Okay.
That perhaps you're hearing her because Abel and I chose wrongly earlier in the ballroom.
That makes actual sense.
Except
And I'm going to leave it
the
at that.
voice that you hear does not match the voice of the spirit, because you all hear the spirit. He's hearing something, he explains, from within the crystal. And the voice that you hear does not match. The voice calling your name does not match her voice.
Let's go up and find out who it is.
Does it match the voice I heard when I picked up my crystal?
No, the voice you hear when you touch your crystal sounds like your own voice.
Okay. So it's not her. Hopefully. Maybe. Who knows? I'll go ahead and let Abel and Heathcliff know that I feel very wary of this spirit we're seeing in front of us due to the immense amount of bodies we're surrounded with. So I would be like, just keep your guard.
Okay.
As a kind of like a physical slope, I kind of bring my shield up.
Okay. Is that it for your turn, Eclipse?
Yep.
Sazid, you have 10 feet of movement left to get to the bottom of the hole. What do you do?
If I were to just drop from here, would I take fall damage?
No, 10 feet is not enough to take fall damage. However,
And would it take
technically,
them
you
with
have to
me?
make an athletics check. Yes, It doesn't take movement, but it would take an athletics check to land on your feet.
I shall make said athletics check to just drop from here. I can find it.
That will count as your action. It's still an athletics check to land on your feet. So, I'll allow it. You can land on your feet. It doesn't take from your movement, but it does spend your action. Or you can drop, fall prone, use half your movement to stand up, and then still have your action left.
No, I'll use my action to make the athletics check.
Okay. Superhero landing. Superhero landing.
Go back to your knees.
All right. So, yep, you have 30 feet of movement left and a bonus action.
So, I'll take my 30 feet at 10, 20, 25, 30. Get right up here.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. You can't really... That would be 35 to get you there.
Alright, so I'll just go here. So we'll just go back.
These columns are
there.
up to the wall, yeah. Or up to the ceiling, so yeah. In the middle. You've all arrived. No sooner than the last person arrives does Mara say, "Is this everyone?" Does anyone reply?
As far as I know.
Do you say out loud, "As far as I know"?
Yes.
Her hair lashes up into the air. The inky murk in the water begins to sort of drift back and forth a little bit as though being whipped by wind that's coming from her. And she says, if I can find it, she says, "Finally!" She turns down below her and looks at the monolith and goes, "You cursed, you foul thing! Take these lives. They have agreed to release me, to evict me as they have the other spirits of the house. Take them and let me be gone." And as she says this, she draws... let me double check this to make sure. She draws a sword that is just as spectral and ephemeral as herself. And roll initiative. But she is screaming at the monolith to take you guys and let her free.
I've gone first at all this game. I've gotten the lowest rolls on initiative always.
How do I roll initiative as a wolf?
A dex check, and then I'll add it to the thing once I see what it is. Remember, you used did you use your vigilant?
I did. That's right.
So you also, that would apply.
So I have to do advantage. Sorry.
Is it advantage? Is that what that one gives you?
I believe so. Let me double check. I'm fairly certain it's advantage.
Okay. For some reason, I was thinking it gave you a D8, but...
The knight has taught you to be vigilant. As an action, you give one creature you touch, including possibly yourself, advantage.
Okay.
Initiative roll.
Okay. Yeah.
There you go, touching yourself.
You are successfully able to get your advantage, which gives you a 20 initiative. Where's your wolf form? 20.
Damn you, Arena. The 1 point.
Mara. Oh, wait, I can do that this way. Menu. Initiative. Just NPCs.
Something I should have asked, by the way, when I did my look into the crystal earlier. Is it the same looking amber as my crystal?
I mean, it's amber, so
Okay.
yes. Amber is amber is amber.
When you rolled all NPCs, it re-rolled wolf form.
Ah!
No.
You had a 20. There, you're back to normal.
All right.
Okay. All right. Irina just sort of looks at you guys like, what should I do?
She wishes to be evicted. The way we've evicted all the others is by killing them.
Yeah, but she
Or
wishes, out of game, she wishes to be evicted via you guys being killed so that she can leave.
we destroy what's in the crystal.
That's what I was going to suggest too. Destroy the crystal.
So,
Because she's screaming at the crystal to take us instead of her.
but her weapon is drawn at you guys. So that's why Irina is looking at you guys like, somebody tell her, should I attack her? Should I wait?
I can't tell it, but I can tell Abel and Heathcliff that I think we need to destroy the crystal.
I already said that a while ago. I said break open the crystal and see what's in it. When you were talking about the voice that you heard.
Yeah, he did.
Here we go.
So Heathcliff reminds you, it says that, do you say that out loud when you remind him, Heathcliff, or do you psychically remind him?
That's Abel.
Abel, I mean.
Out loud.
Okay. So Abel has said, I've already said attack the crystal. So that was your soliloquy. Wolf form soliloquy was saying that we should attack the crystal. Sazid or Heathcliff, do you guys say anything?
I don't know that wolf form is hearing voices from the crystal. So I'll stick with evicting Mara.
Evicting Mara what?
Basically by killing her like we did the rest.
Role play it. What do you say?
Oh.
Goober? Like, she's asking you this question, or she's giving you this look in game. Like, what do I do? So in game, what do you do?
If you don't attack her, she's probably going to attack you.
I'm going to break my silence and potentially my stealth and say, while we are here to free Mara, it appears that Mara is being held by something within the monolith. If we destroy the monolith, will that set Mara free? And I'd say that out loud, loud enough that, well, I wouldn't have to say it very loud for Irina, but loud enough that Sazid and Irina could hear it.
Okay, so Abel and Heathcliff have suggested out loud to destroy the crystal. Sazid has suggested attack her. Irina is going to charge up and smack the crystal.
No ill effects from the ooze?
Let me get there.
Oh, okay.
I was patiently waiting. I didn't want to prompt him on it.
Okay, I'm looking for the room notes. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and change us to actual combat music. If it loads. Give me spooky combat. No. How about this one? Alright. Combat music is playing. AC of that and that and that and that. Sweet. So I just got to roll to hit. She brings her blade out and swings it, and it clangs against the monolith's side, dealing 6 points of damage. Does it have any resistances? No, so it takes its 6 points of damage. But as soon as the blade strikes, limbs of inky shadow, just black tendrils reminiscent of the sculpture upstairs, extend up out of the water. And I need this button and one. Oop. 2. Count those. Okay, and then I need to put their tokens on the map. Sorry, just 1 second, guys. Her entering the goo made shit happen.
Oh, I know what I forgot to do this session.
Oh.
I was going to play around with my new armor and see what kind of properties it has.
You've been informed what the property it has is. Its property is that the person wearing it can put Dalk Dranzorg down for good.
Oh. I don't recall hearing that at all.
It happened during the... you were explained that during the seance.
Very indirectly, but yes.
All right, you see these black inky tendrils come ripping up out of the water. You also hear Mara give out a small chuckle as she quotes a phrase you've all heard before. Shadowed fingers, she says. Eyes like glass. Beware the below. And then she cackles. And that is Irina's turn. Wolfie, your turn. These black inky tendrils have stretched up out of the liquid.
Let's see. I have what? 2 attacks. I have Feint, Bite. Those.
Oh, I guess technically I didn't put the monolith token on there.
So I want to attack that. I'll go after those.
Is it still disappeared?
No, it's back.
No, she's
Okay.
Okay, I will go ahead and too far. I'll go right here and I'll attack this shadow attacking or going right next to her. 13. Or not Mara. Arena. And the Shadow 13.
Okay.
With my bite attack. And since I have pack tactics, I get advantage on attack rolls against a creature if at least one of my allies is within 5 feet.
Okay.
So I'll do that, and then D20. And then do I just add 4 manually after I roll it?
No, it should... You can just roll its attack from its sheet.
I can?
Yeah, where it says melee weapon attack +4 to hit, you can just click and drag that over to the chat box.
Oh, okay. So advantage that. Okay.
For a 23 to
If he
hit
hits,
versus an armor class of. Let me see, which one is this one? 13, you said? Yeah, it's 13. It's a hit. That is definitely a hit.
Okay. And I will take this and drag this to here.
Everyone roll a 23.
I'm going to use one of my psionic dice to give him a little more damage.
Your psionic dice apply to you for damage dealing. You can apply your shielding to other people, but your psionic dice apply to you for damage.
All right.
Now, this doesn't count as a creature, does it?
It does.
If the target is a creature, it must succeed on a DC 11 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Okay. It passes.
Okay. And that will be it for me.
Okay. Pass turn. Heathcliff, this has gone down. For the record, you were successfully stealthed. You had been. Now
Until
you're
I
not.
talked.
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Yeah. Her passive is 11.
Oh wow.
So, yeah, you were successfully hidden until you talked.
Well, I'm gonna have some advantage shenanigans anyway on this here immature frown. At least for my first attack.
Why do you have advantage on it?
Because I'm not gonna move, and I'm gonna trigger my steady aim optional.
Okay.
So steady aim reads, as a bonus action, you can give yourself advantage on your next attack roll on the current turn. You can use this bonus action only if you haven't moved during this turn, and after you use it, your speed is 0 until the end of the current turn.
Yes, it does. Well done.
So I am going to shoot a main hand psychic blades at this here immature frown. Seriously, dual 7s. I didn't mean to roll it on it.
Well, it's okay. It
It's a
hits.
13 to hit.
It hits.
I was doing that for distance.
Yep.
He actually messed up. You told us what the armor class was last attack by accident. You let it slip.
No, he didn't actually say it out loud.
I could have swore I heard him say.
Nope, he said when the armor class is, that's a hit.
That's a hit. You definitely succeeded with that. That was what I said.
Yeah. All right.
So, but now you know a 13 hits.
I need to apply sneak attack. Thank you. And then I can snick a snacker.
Plah. It is dying.
18 psychic damage.
It is dying, and I need to keep track for the purpose of saving throws.
And that will end my turn. Because I have no movement, and I used my bonus.
Okay. That makes it Sazid's turn.
To start, I draw my rapier for my weapon item interaction. Or did I already do that upstairs?
You haven't drawn
It's
your weapon.
probably been drawn and stowed several times, especially since you tried to carry a wolf down. It was probably
Sure.
stowed.
So I will draw my rapier. And then move to be flanking number 13 opposite Irina.
Okay.
And go to attack it with my rapier.
Okay.
With advantage.
Okay.
Nice.
That is a
19.
hit.
Sazine,
And yes.
do me a favor at the end of your turn if you can. Get out of the way.
I'm going to.
Thank you.
That may potentially provoke an attack of opportunity, don't forget.
Unless I kill this one with this attack.
In which case, getting out of the way isn't necessary.
Yes, it is.
Why would it be
And-
necessary?
Lion attacks.
Oh,
Now I will use my psionic dice to add damage to. Oh, I should have done that before.
yeah, it's an effect. And technically, you didn't drop that on him. So, what I want you to do is activate your effect for your psionic dice.
Apply to self. Oh, what the hell?
You can either click on it or you can drag it on yourself.
Okay.
There we go.
Now, grab your damage dice and drop your damage dice for your normal attack. Not for the attack listed there. For your normal weapon attack, drop that on Shadow 13.
I didn't drop it on him.
That's alright. That's still 11 points of damage. And 13.
Oh.
13 has taken 13 damage and is still standing. How would you like to move to get out of the way?
I'll move this 5 feet over here.
Pretty sure
Is
that's
that out of
still
the way
in the
for you?
way.
It might be still be in the way, yeah.
I was gonna say move in
I
front
don't-
of
it
the
all
wolf.
depends on what he's targeting.
That's true.
My plan was to action surge and hit the monolith.
Hold
as
on,
well.
hold on. Gurk, you've asked him to move out of the way as your soliloquy. Do you explain why?
I'm going to attack the monolith.
Okay. Sazid, you move. You have not moved yet. You have the chance to move. Do you move right there, or do you move another square further? What do you do?
If he's trying to attack the monolith, yeah, I'll just take the attack of opportunity and move 1 square further this way.
Okay, Shadow 13. For a 22 to hit.
That's it.
And you take 10 points of necrotic damage. Are you going to try to spend psionic dice to soak it?
That was me checking off the one I had already used.
I know. Are you
for
going to
the
spend
extra
another?
damage. I will.
Okay,
So-
roll.
That
Wait.
one-
So I need to apply the damage because you set it as a hill, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now roll that to reduce it.
Check off another dice.
He didn't
roll
roll
on
it
himself,
on
though.
himself. Yeah, that's okay. That's another 7, so we'll reduce that. Okay. Then, what I need from Sazid is your strength score is reduced by 1. As this thing latches on you, you feel your strength begin to drain from you. I will make that adjustment to your strength. Okay.
Then I will action surge. And as my action, use my touch of death.
Okay.
I don't. Yeah, we did set it up, but it's still set as a heal for some reason.
Yep, so you're just going to have to roll it normally. I want to read specifically how Touch of Death works so that it's used on stream correctly, so that the stream knows what it is you are doing. In this particular case, Touch of Death. Your touch is pain, harming whoever you come in contact with. Deathly power within you is beyond your control, afflicting any who touch your bare skin. By the same token, you can deliver death to your enemies with just your touch. You can focus your deadly touch against your foes as an action. Make an unarmed strike. On a hit, the target takes an additional D10 necrotic damage. So this is a D10 necrotic plus your strength modifier, which just got reduced.
So D10 plus 3.
A D10 plus 1. Your strength modifier is normally 2, but your strength was just reduced from a 14 to a 13.
Oh, yeah. That's because I have proficiency. That's why it's just 3 on the saves. Alright. So D10 plus 1. You want me to roll?
You could
just a
type a
regular old
you could
D10?
type a plus 1 in the modifier category and then roll a regular old D10. You said this is necrotic damage?
Yes.
Sweet. You reach out and touch this thing, and as you touch it, this is the I'm sorry, is this the monolith you're attacking with this?
I don't think it will affect the monolith, even though...
That's why I
it
was
says
asking.
that
Are you swinging it
Oh, yeah.
at the pear-shaped, or are you swinging at the monolith?
Pear-shaped.
Okay. Then, did we roll your to hit then?
I
No,
don't think we did.
you have to roll your to hit first, bro. I thought you were attacking the monolith.
So that would be in Talon Strike.
Yes, it would
So
be
there's the
Talon
to
Strike.
hit.
Okay, and then you actually use Talon Strike plus, because I forgot your Talon Strike is the thing. So you actually use your, and that is a successful hit, Talons plus a D10 plus 1.
So a D6.
I'm sorry.
a D10.
A D6, a D10, and the 1.
I'll have to roll them separately, I think, the D10 and the D6. So I'll roll the D6 on the creature. The D6 plus 1. And then I'll just roll the D10 plus 1 regularly.
And
Well, it'd be a D.
you could have dropped the damage on the monolith, just for the record, on the hazard where it says hazard. But that's okay.
So
I can manually add that 7. So now it's just a D10. You already have the 1 there. So now it's just a D10.
Alright. So I gotta clear that modifier then. So an extra 5. Or should I have rolled that on the creature?
That also could have been rolled on the creature. So it's a grand total of 12 damage I get to drop on the monolith.
On oddly pear-shaped.
Oh.
That's the one I was attacking.
Okay. In that case, all you deal to it is the D6 plus 1. You realize it is completely unfazed by your necrotic touch.
Doesn't my Death Touch say it ignores any necrotic resistances?
You'll have to read it to me and tell me. I don't think so. But it might. It technically isn't a necrotic resistance if it helps.
When you deal necrotic damage, you ignore the target's resistance to that damage.
Okay, cool. If it had resistance, it would cut the damage in half. It has immunity.
So it only takes the 7 that I dropped on it originally then anyway.
Yep.
Alright. Nothing else I can do, so I'll pass the Herculean.
Okay. The Herculean Shadow's turn. The Herculean Shadow is at the very north of this whole Michigas. And it moves here, and it swings at Irina. Successfully hitting with a 21 to hit. And it should have had advantage on that, and I didn't roll it. But that's okay, because she still took 13 points of damage. On top of that, she takes Strength Drain. Dropping her strength from a 15 to a 13. Oof. Okay. It is Pear-Shaped's turn. Pear-Shaped is the one right next to Sazid. It lashes out at you. It is mad at you for what you just did. 19 to hit.
That's it.
For 4 points of damage. I'm sorry, 6 points of damage. Then,
Not gonna reduce that.
once again, Strength Drain applies. You lose another 3 points of strength. Dropping your strength to a 10. You feel emaciated as this thing just lashes around you. You feel your whole body just start to go weak. You suddenly realize you can't hold your gear and yourself as well as you could before. And you just feel significantly lessened by this thing as it lashes out at you.
Good thing my weapons are all dex-based.
And that brings us to Mara, who is unfortunately right beside Irina. All right, Mara. She lets out a screech, and as she does, her entire face goes gaunt. Her skin peels back. Her jaw all but unhinges. Her eyeballs disappear, sunken within her skull. And she takes on this horrifying visage. Everyone within 60 feet of her must make a wisdom saving throw, or be frightened, succeed, or be frightened for 1 minute. So I need wisdom saving throws from everybody.
Yeah, 20.
Okay. You are immune to her horrifying visage. Heathcliff.
19.
Heathcliff,
Wait.
you are immune to her horrifying visage. Wolf form spends
That
his...
is my first one, and I know that I have a thing when I roll 1.
Okay, we're opening your character sheet. You also have an inspiration. Do you spend it?
I will not right now.
Okay, we are going to look at your dual soul ability, Eclipse. Echoing
Can I have
soul.
your inspiration if you're not going to use it?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, before you re-roll that, Abel, let me do what's going on with him.
That's fine.
Or saving throw and roll of 1. Memories. You might see people around you as someone other than who they are, or you become disoriented by a double experience of the world around you.
I need to roll d6.
Yep.
Okay. D6. 4.
Your
Can I
speed is...
proceed?
Let me finish. I get to read this part, not you. This is GM
Oh.
stuff. Your speed is halved until the end of your next turn. While this is going on, though, these tendrils are replaced by soldiers that are screaming out as Mara stands where this crystal is. You don't even see the crystal. The crystal is gone as far as you're concerned. Mara is standing where she is, and she is yelling at these soldiers as around you the walls are... You're seeing these soldiers like collecting bodies and piling them in the liquid, and you're also seeing soldiers at the walls bricking people up in the walls. Okay, I need Abel's save since he spent Eclipse's inspiration. You successfully save, and you are immune for the next 24 hours. So that was Sazid, Heathcliff, Wolfram, Eclipse. For the record, because you failed the save, you are frightened of her for the next minute. You can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns. So long as she is within line of sight, she has it, or you have disadvantage on that check. You've been frightened before. You know how it works. You have disadvantage on attacks and whatnot against her until that happens. I think it's against any, not just her. I think it's attacks at all, isn't it? Let me check.
As long as the source is in the line of sight, it is all ability and attack rolls.
Okay. So yeah, you are frightened condition. And you can't willingly move any closer to her. At the end of each of your turns, you can try to make that check again. Abel, you succeeded. That brings us to Irina, who has to make the save. And it is... I'm going to actually drop this on her so that it procs the save. So that I don't have to dig it up. Irina also failed. Great. Shadow 13 is going to take a swing at Wolfram. Wolf form. I don't know why I keep trying to read that as Wolfram.
You're thinking of Angel.
Probably because of Wolfwin.
It is 19 to hit. For 7 points of damage. Then, and lucky you, this strength drain is going to apply to this form, not necessarily your main form. We're going to reduce your strength by 1. Find your wolf stats. Where is it? Come on. Why are you screwing with me, thing? Alright. Your wolf form strength has been reduced by 1. Technically, that also affects your attack rolls, reducing your bite attack roll to removing the +1 from your bite attack roll. So, I need to write wolf and... God, I'm having to do this all old school because there's so many drains going on. But that will bring us to Shadow 8's turn. I can't modify that to hit, so we're going to have to add that to damage. It's being a pain in the ass.
Okay.
So we'll just have to remember when you roll it to select or to type a modifier. You can't even put a negative modifier in there, can you?
You can. You should be able to scroll
Yep.
in, but you can't.
You
click in the
can
middle.
click negative in there. If you are selected on it, you can hit the negative on your keypad and then type in a 1 before you roll your attack rolls.
Okay.
So Shadow 8 is the other one next to Irina. Is actually going to move down, but still attack Irina this turn. A miss. A 9 to hit. Abel, your turn.
Alrighty. After surveying the battlefield, I found a better position for me to use my breath weapon.
Okay.
Boom. Straight up.
Okay, how long is your line?
30 feet.
Sweet. Sweet, it'll hit all of them.
Yes.
How does your breath weapon read?
I'm pulling it up right now.
Is it on your
Breath weapon is a 5-foot by 30-foot line of acid. I can use this to exhale a destructive energy. When you use a breath weapon, each creature in the area of the exhalation must make a dexterity saving throw. The DC for the saving throw is 8 plus your constitution plus proficiency bonus. The creature takes 2d6 acid damage on a failed save, half as much on a successful.
So they have to make a DC 12 con save or take acid damage. Okay. Well, Immature Frown is already down, so he's just going to take...
I don't get a proficiency bonus?
That counted your proficiency bonus.
My con is +2.
Yes.
That's why you're at 12.
8. Never mind. I was thinking 10.
Okay. The Monolith... is immune to poison and psychic. Glad I spoiled that for you. It should have been obvious it was immune to poison, and probably psychic, since it doesn't really have a brain.
I was gonna test psychic with an offhand, and I'll still do that since
You're
Heathcliff
fine.
doesn't know.
You're fine. Heathcliff would know. You're aiming at Crystal. Psychic isn't really going to affect Crystal. I'm gonna. That's why I didn't feel bad about spoiling that. So, but it will take damage from the acid, and I don't even think it can make a con save.
So do I click on all three of them and hit cast?
Or
Or do
you
I
you
just-
can. I was auto rolling their saves.
Well, that will auto roll their saves.
I was rolling their saves so that you didn't have to auto proc that. And then what I'll do is I'll target them. Screw it. Just go ahead and target them yourself. It means that technically the other one will get pegged again, but that's fine. Just target them, and then if you have the ability to roll that attack on them.
How do I target them?
You just
Hold
did.
down- Oh, they are done? Okay.
Yes.
Immature frown, auto failed. Yep. Mara succeeded.
The monolith succeeded?
The monolith succeeded the dex save.
Okay.
Something that can't
Yeah.
move succeeded on its dex save.
It was a con save.
It's dex save. Based off of Abel's con.
Oh.
So, that's okay. Now just roll the damage. Drop the damage in the dice box. It'll apply to all of them as necessary.
Oh, that sucks.
Dang.
Double ones. Fuck, that was a waste and a half. Might as well just shoot myself in the head.
Well, it told us that Mara is at least resistant to acid.
And you were able to learn that the monolith is resistant to psychic and poison. Because of this experience. So, I mean, it wasn't necessarily the worst thing you could do. It just wasn't as good as it should have been. So, alright, anything else?
No, I'm done.
Okay,
No, actually, hang on. I'm gonna back up some more.
Okay. You are currently
There, now I'm
still
done.
targeting the immature frown.
How do I undo that?
Control,
Same way I did it?
Same way, yep. Okay. Now that we're to the monolith's turn, nobody is touching the monolith. Nothing's happening. The monolith just sits there and wiggles and writhes back and forth. The wolf hears his name called eerily several more times. Irina's turn, who is just kind of taken aback by everything that's just happened around her because she just got really tore up. She's going to swing at Shadow 13, since it's the one that's taking the most damage. She is rolling with disadvantage because she is frightened. And manages a 14, so that still hits. It partially resists some of that damage, but it still takes a fair amount, and is still not dead. She action surges and tries again. This time she misses. At the end of her turn, she gets to remake her save against the frightened form, which was double checking a... what kind of save?
Wisdom.
I believe you're correct. Yep. And she nat 20s. She is free of the frightened condition.
Yay.
She uses her bonus action to second wind. Healing for 12. Nice. Wolf, it is your turn. You are I think the only one still frightened.
Yeah. So as long as I'm in her line of sight, I can't pretty much do anything in that direction.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you
question
can.
is-
You just have disadvantage on it.
Now,
You
can
can't
I
move in that direction.
And if I'm out of her line of sight, can I still attack the Amber Monolith?
Yeah. Just remember you're at half move right now.
Yeah. How
Also,
tall is this thing?
also, you can't get to the monolith right now. She's above the monolith, hovering in the air. So you would be approaching her to get to the monolith.
Hmm.
Quit it. There we go.
Trying to think here. Actually, could I attack the monolith from below?
You currently can't physically get to the monolith.
Well, if I'm underground.
As in, you want to change animal forms and burrow?
Yes.
Yes, technically, I suppose you could burrow beneath it, and then so long as you're within 1 square of it, attack out at it.
Okay.
But just remember, if you spend that's your last shapeshift, and you still have hit points in wolf form.
I know. Well, I'm also very low in wolf form. I took how much damage before the last attack?
You've taken 10 total damage, and you have 4 hit points left in wolf form.
So, is this something I could do? I could shapeshift back to human, use an action to shapeshift to, I think it's Badger.
It's technically, it wouldn't be an action to shapeshift back to human. It would be a single action to transform from this into the Badger.
Okay, and then is Burrow a bonus movement?
No, burrow's just part of your normal movement speeds.
Okay.
So when you see multiple movement speeds listed, your maximum amount of movement that you can do is whatever your largest number is. However, say, and I'm just shooting in the dark here, say you've got a burrow of 10, but you've got a normal speed of 30, you can use 10 feet of that 30 burrowing.
Okay.
And technically entering the ground, the square that's immediately below you or immediately, adjacent to you below you counts as the first 5 feet of movement of that. But
Okay, so something I could do is shapeshift into Badger with my form and then burrow down and get close enough to at least touch the crystal so I can attack it next turn.
Yep.
Okay. That's what I'm doing.
Interesting choice. You got 2 bad guys right next to you, and you're going to do that. That's an interesting choice.
I would argue that he's hidden.
I mean, he is hidden. Things can't see in the ground. They can't target him. He has full cover when he's burrowed.
Yeah.
So, now I've got to create a whole new form for you. Hey.
I am sorry, DM Master Guy. You're the one that I turn into animals. I'm just saying.
Just warn me in advance what you're going to do. I'm also keeping a list because
that's what
you can technically only turn into animals you have seen before. So yeah. I'm allowing some of these because I'm assuming they're common enough. But if you randomly spout off something to me that I don't think you've seen, you're going to have to justify to me how you've seen it.
I'm turning it to a Taras.
Is this a giant badger or a regular badger?
I believe it is a regular badger. Let me double check real quick.
A regular badger has a challenge rating of 0. A giant badger has a challenge rating of 1/4.
Then it's a giant badger.
Okay. Moving over here. We're going to go to your cohorts. We are going to drag the giant badger. So everyone on the stream knows Fantasy Grounds doesn't normally have a cohorts page. We are using an extension that allows cohorts to exist. It's the great thing about Fantasy Grounds is extensions. All right. Giant badger form. I need to fix your wolf form strength to reflect what it should be the next time you turn into the wolf. Okay, giant badger form. I need to change your int, wisdom, and charisma to match. So 12, 18, 15. Which this form is not proficient with anything special. So your passive perception in here comes, oh, I guess technically it's still 16 because you're proficient. Alright, I need you to roll me 2d8 to determine your hit points.
2d8.
Nice.
That I'll take.
Badger form has 19 hit points. Deleting the wolf. Dropping in the badger. And the wolf token is gone. Now you a G.
I'm a G.
Giant badger is
Okay.
actually one of my favorite low-level forms, for the record.
Oh, yeah?
Not just because of burrow, but because it has a multi-attack.
Yeah, that's what I saw. That's going to be handy.
So-
But I'm going to go ahead and burrow and move just close enough to touch the crystal. That way
Okay.
I can attach.
So multiple questions on this. Are you burrowing straight down and then over one? Are you burrowing over one as you go down and then, going directly beneath the monolith? What are you doing?
What would be the difference?
The amount of movement you can make? Or attempt, as it were?
Do both of them get me to the crystal?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't promise that, no. Both of them attempt you getting to the crystal, yes. You
Okay,
do not
I
know
will go-
you do not know how deep that water is.
That's true. Let's see. Yeah, can I do that?
I've waited as long as I could with the dogs. I have to take them, but I'll still be in Discord, so
Okay.
I know what I want to do. I'm just gonna have Carl do it.
Okay. Continuing Eclipse.
I will.
Or do you want
I
to
will
just go
go
10 down?
I want to get. If I go down 5, I'll be able to reach the crystal by a diagonal.
As far as you know, yes.
I will do that then. I'll go down 5 and then over 5, and if I try, and then I'll try to touch the crystal. That way, I can attack it next turn.
Okay.
And I know.
When you go over 5, I need to. Whoop. Nope. Why isn't? Oh, Alt. -5. When you attempt to go over 5, I need an athletics check from you.
Okay. And athletics is strength, correct?
Yep. You are successfully swimming out in the open, swimming around beneath this shadowy tendril.
Oh, fantastic.
What would you like to do? You have the rest of your movement now at this point. It's just cut in half because swimming you move at half speed. So you had 20 feet of movement left. You now have 10 feet of movement so long as you're in the liquid.
Can I see the bottom?
Yeah, I mean, it's right below you. This pool is only 5 feet deep.
Oh, okay. So I'll try and burrow diagonally, touch the crystal.
You're going to try to what?
Burrow diagonally since I'm at the bottom.
So burrow
Well,
down again, basically, for another 5 feet at a
I
diagonal?
burrow down.
Okay.
So I'm saying that. Right, you were saying?
I was saying, so you're at the bottom of this pool. You are trying to burrow down diagonally beneath the crystal?
Yeah.
Okay. As you go to burrow down, which you're able to start getting underground, you actually bump into the bottom of the crystal. It goes beneath the surface.
Oh, well, at least I touched it. Thank God. So
While you are touching it,
Oh.
the voice that's been calling to you, Eclipse, Eclipse, you're here. Not only are you here, but it seems you can understand me. You already have my gift. And as it says this, you feel that sort of soul echo you have tinge. It says, if you help me, I will make you stronger.
Hmm. You know what? I will hear it out. Why not? I can always say no.
Okay. That's going to end your turn with you like just beneath the surface touching it. I'm not going to have you drowning because you were successfully able to enter the ground. And hey, you can breathe in the ground. I'm not going to worry about this like drowning check. You succeeded on your swimming and everything. You're good for this turn.
Okay.
That was your action, your move action. Technically, you have a bonus action.
That's the question I wanted to ask you. Because I don't think it's a bonus action, but it's a question I wanted to ask regardless. It says I can't cast spells, correct? While in wild shape.
Correct.
Can I use the ability of specific amulets?
So I want to. Which gives you that ability? You're talking about your spells. You're talking about your guiding bolt, right?
Yes. My star, my necklace.
You've created a heavenly studies of tiny objects. While holding this map, you have these benefits. You have the guiding. It counts as druid spell. You can cast guiding bolt. Nope. Technically it doesn't spend a spell slot, but it does count as casting a spell, so that you will not be able to use that.
That's what I thought. I thought it was worth an ask, though.
That is definitely worth an ask, and I could honestly see some GMs letting it slide, but no, because it specifically says you cast the spell. No, you can't do it.
Okay, then my turn to stop.
Okay, Heathcliff. All of this has gone on. To think it's only been like 2 rounds of combat.
It's been 1 round of combat.
I mean, this is
round 2.
This is round 2. I am going to move 15 feet forward and then crawl. That's the wrong modifier. Crawl 10 feet up the wall.
Okay.
Now, does that wall have a top, or is it just a column?
That goes all the way up to the ceiling.
Okay, so just a column. Got it.
Yeah.
So I am going to shoot 2 bolts. Main hand is going to be at Shadow 8, and offhand is going to be at Shadow 13. So we're going to do main hand first.
Did you want to put me at -10, by the way, and next to the crystal? I don't know how to do height.
It's Alt and then your scroll wheel.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And what do we got here, Heathcliff? That was
22 to hit.
At which one? Which was the first one?
8.
Okay, that is a hit.
All right. We are going to
sneak attack applies because you have someone in melee range.
Nick attack, and we're going to roll for 13.
That is a solid hit, my friend. It is still alive.
Nice.
It just passes into the inky blackness, and it goes all the way in. You think it's going to pass right through, but then it doesn't. It's just swallowed up into the inky black shadow that is the tendril.
And then I'm going to attack Shadow 13 with my offhand for a 12 to hit.
That, I believe, is still a hit. Yeah, that's a hit.
Cool.
Which is now the lowest roll to actually successfully hit.
I forgot to roll it on it, but 5 damage.
I will apply that damage for you. which will actually knock it. That was 13? Yes.
Yep.
Will knock it unconscious.
Excellent.
Okay.
And that will end my turn.
Okay. Bringing us to Sazid. Before Sazid goes, Giant Badger form, I need you to actually roll me a save to break the frightened condition.
That's right. And it's
Because we forgot.
It's a wisdom save.
Oh, I like those.
Yeah, technically you can roll that straight from Eclipse, from your character sheet. You don't have to roll it from...
But I can roll it from either.
Yeah, because, I mean, mathematically it's going to come out the same.
Okay.
No, it's not mathematically going to come out the same.
I'm confused. What?
The Badger form doesn't have it listed that you have proficiency in wisdom saving throws.
So do I need to roll it for my character?
Roll it from Eclipse.
Okay. Let's see. Wisdom saving throw.
You succeed, my good sir.
Huzzah.
All right, Sazid, your turn.
Wondering if dealing with the monolith will make the tendrils disappear. And I'll say that out loud to the party. And
Irina
with
says, reasonable thought. They didn't appear till we struck it.
And with that, go to swing my rapier at the monolith.
You also know that we've dealt a fair amount of damage to it, and it is unfazed. So it might be faster to take out the tendrils first.
Yeah, but I'll go for the monolith.
Okay,
16.
that is a hit. Drop your damage directly on the hazard.
I was going to say if my thing will move right. There we go. 6 damage.
Okay. And
Bonus action. I have no... I already used my heal, didn't I? Yes,
Yes.
I did. And no need to move. So yeah, I'll just pass turn after attacking.
Herculean Shadow is coming at Irina.
She has made a very successful tank.
Missing Irina. I'm sorry, that's supposed to be with advantage.
No.
Nope, that's a dead body. Good call.
I was like, unless
Good.
that's a dead body.
Good call. Oddly pear-shaped. Oddly pear-shaped is taking a swing at Sazid. Ten versus armor class.
That's a miss.
You lucky son of a gun.
My strength is already
The
low
tendril wriggles and writhes as it pulls itself up out of the water. You see that it still stretches down into the liquid, but now it is coming from this angle over here, extended beyond that path. Mara.
Silva.
She swings her sword. All other creatures. Oof. She swings her sword at Irina. And crits.
Oof.
Oh my god.
Irina takes 20 points of damage as this sort of ethereal blade swings down through her, slicing into her chest, nearly dropping her in one go. I just saw Nab's comment, Druzzle. Transform into a tree and leaf this place. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that
All
was
right.
before we started dealing with the giant badger in game.
Yep.
Right before.
Shadow 8 is this one, adjacent to Mara. Oh god, Mara. Whew! For an 8 to hit, it's a miss. Whew! Abel Gherkin, what would you like to do?
I am going to step up 1
Okay.
and press the Witch Bolt on Mara.
Oh, are you back at your computer?
I am.
Okay.
I said that, but you guys didn't hear it, I guess.
Nope. So you step forward and you're going to do what?
Cast Witch Bolt on Mara.
Witch bolts. Okay.
So do I cast it on her or just cast in general?
No, you take that attack roll and drop it on her.
Okay. Give me a second.
Should be ranged plus 6.
Ah, fuck.
Heathcliff, you want to spend your inspiration to help him out? It's up to you.
Sure.
Okay, you can re-roll that.
God damn it.
Jesus. Yep. Unfortunately, that burned your spell slot. Your pact magic slot.
I'm useless, guys. I got nothing else.
Yeah, that just cut out a lot. What was that, Girk?
I'm useless. I got nothing else I can do.
I mean, you can attack with weapons. But are you going to move forward, stay where you're at?
Stay where I'm at.
Okay.
Actually, in my favorite map.
You what?
I'll stay where I'm at.
Okay. Anything else then for your turn?
I'm looking. Hang on. No.
Okay. Comes to the Amber Monolith's turn, which just sits there, pulsating with this eerie yellow light.
I could just see that. It's like, oh, we're having a conversation. Oh, it's my turn. Give me a second. I must look stoic.
Beneath the ground, so many machinations are going on that the party just is completely unaware of. And the stone says, Eclipse, if you wish to be free of this place, I will let you leave. I only ask one thing in return. Do you respond?
Which is?
Bring me more. That's all. I hunger. My walls were once drenched in blood, and they begin to dry. They must be filled again. The house came, and I filled it with blood, so much blood. The children screamed as they ran upstairs, their mother chasing them, protecting them in the room from my hungry things. The voice says to you, she guarded it with Ezra, but it did not stop me from taking her husband, or from inviting in the bagman to take Agatha, the nanny. It did not stop me from collecting the soldier. It did not stop me from collecting the performer. They were mine to claim, but you can hear me. I will let you leave. You must simply bring me more. Irina takes a swing at Shadow 8. Frickin' schmacka fragga, she misses. Giant Badger, it's your turn. It uses its soliloquy to say, And imagine, if I let you go, all of the gifts I can give you each time you bring me more.
Would it just be me leaving?
Out of game, you know that. Yes, it's specifically offering you the chance to leave. So long as you agree to bring it more. Are you actually considering this?
It was more. No, I'm not. But it was more if everyone had stayed, then I would take on that burden of responsibility. But since it would just be me, I cannot say yes.
So what do you say to the crystal, or do you stop touching the crystal and continue to target things?
I tell it exactly that. I tell it that maybe if all me and my companions could leave with me, I would take on that burden. But if it is just me, I cannot. Yes to your request.
The only ones that can leave are those that can bring me more, and only you can hear me. Will you bring me more blood or not? And this amber is starting to light up below the ground. And above ground, you guys watch as the black shadow that's moving around within it starts to sort of swim downwards in the stone so that you can barely see it above the water level. But you, in this little bit of darkness beneath the ground, you can see like this shadow just at the edge of the amber, writhing and trying to communicate with you. You're sure it's looking at you.
Would you let them leave if I promise to bring
Only those that can feed me more can leave. Everyone above ground, you have that whole T-Rex moment, like the liquid ripples around the crystal to the point where you're sure the crystal is vibrating.
Then I cannot.
It goes silent. What else would you like to do for your turn?
I will. I will attack the crystal from where my multi is now.
Okay. Make your attack rolls. Feel free to go ahead and drop or to target the monolith, the hazard.
Okay. And I just do one and then the other, right?
Yep. In whatever order you choose. It's a miss. Your bite just seems to hit stone. Your claws also seem to just be scraping at stone.
And that'll be my turn.
Heathcliff.
Oh boy. I'm gonna climb around using 10 feet and then transfer pillars. Can I do that?
Yeah, you got enough reach there.
And then move up here so that I have an angle on the Herculean. But first, I'm going to attack Shadow 8
With your main?
with my main.
That's
For
a
a
hit.
20 to hit.
That is a successful hit.
Excellent.
Your psychic blades ripple through the air.
It's heavy. I'm actually not going to trigger sneak attack on this.
Okay.
For 10 damage.
You successfully drop it unconscious.
Excellent. With the angle I'm at, I can now target and attack Herculean without it having partial cover because of Irina, correct?
Yep, though technically, because you were so high up already, I wasn't going to give you partial cover. You have the high ground.
Fair enough. I wasn't 100% sure, which is why I moved.
You're over here playing Spider-Man.
I forgot I had the thing, and I hadn't used it yet, so...
Yeah, I mean, you got it at level 3. 24 to hit.
Alright. And I am going to trigger sneak attack on this one. For 12 damage.
Should that +4 have happened on this one? Since this is technically your offhand ability?
So there's nothing in the ability that says I use it as an offhand. Let me actually read it.
How does which ability is it? Psychic Blades?
Yeah.
Blade from your free hand and make the attack with that blade. The magic blade is a simple melee weapon with finesse and thrown properties. Range is 60 feet and no long range.
So
it counts as a weapon. Or after you attack with the blade, you make a melee and ranged weapon attack with a second psychic on the same turn, provided your other hand is free. Yeah, it's just the stat, or it's just you don't get the stat to the offhand attack because it's technically a weapon attack still. If you had the 2-weapon fighting feat, it would, or 2-weapon, whichever one gives you, I think it's 2-weapon fighting, that gives you the stat to it, it would apply. So
it's not removing the stat like it's supposed to.
Oh, I've never seen that part of the automation successfully work, if it helps.
I can.
But so you kind of have to create a second one.
On your action.
Second one. I have a second one because the second damage is a D4 versus the first one is a D6.
Gotcha. And Girk, so that's what we're talking about on the actions tab. It's not successfully automating when you switch it to offhand.
Okay. I didn't know if he was switching it to offhand.
No, there's no way that it would switch dice when switching to offhand. So I have a completely separate Psychic Blades that I have marked as offhand.
Okay.
So that should have done 8 instead of 12.
Yep, I modified it.
Cool. And let's see here. 5, 10, 15, 20. You know what? How high is the cavern?
20 feet.
I'm going to go up another 10.
I'm going to say 30 feet, actually, because it was only like 20 feet of cave wall as you were climbing down. So. No, it was a full 40 feet of cave wall. So, actually, for you to hit the bottom the way you did, and I didn't make you drop, yeah, I'm going to say the ceiling's actually only 10 foot tall. Like, you're at ceiling level at the 10 foot. Because otherwise you would have had to take damage dropping from the bottom.
Well, I'm just going to stay here.
Is it my turn?
And it's, yep, Sazid's turn.
So, as I realized that my last attack had no effect, I'll let out a guttural scream of rage.
Solid anger. Solid anger. I respect that.
Well, I turn my attention to oddly pear-shaped and swing at him with my rapier.
Okay.
For a 6 to hit.
That, my friend, is a miss.
And I can swing with my open hand as a bonus action, right?
You can, yes, because you have your talons.
So I will attempt to do that also on oddly pear-shaped. For a 13 to hit. And that's a hit. We already know because
Yep.
13 is hit before.
So this you don't get stat on. It's just the dice damage.
I don't have a stat added anyway because it's my strength, which has been reduced
Also fair.
for 3 damage.
Okay. Did you target it?
I forgot. You want me to re-roll it or just?
Reroll it, please, because they have resistances and stuff that apply.
I'll take that.
Apparently, the resistances don't apply. Yeah, that should have taken half
Good.
damage.
I didn't use my.
It's an untyped attack, which is why it bypassed everything.
Gotcha. It should be listed as slashing damage. So I can fix that, but in the meantime, I've got to adjust how much damage it just took. This was oddly pear-shaped. Okay. And anything else for your turn, Sazid?
Nobody can get in range to get flanking on oddly pear-shaped. But yeah, I'll take the attack of opportunity and move 10 feet.
It won't let
Back.
me open his slashing damage. It won't let me open his talons. There's a magnifying glass there, but nothing happens. There it goes. That
It
was.
says. Okay.
It just really wasn't letting it happen. There isn't even like a the dragon there to affect it. So it is now like it should be. But that's weird that there's not even a dragon there. So I'm sorry, Sazid, what else did you do?
Move 10 feet back from where I was.
Provoking an attack of opportunity.
Yes.
From Oddly Pear-Shaped, who lashes out as a tendril, an amorphous tendril, swinging at Sazid for a 7 to hit. I'm going to say that's a miss. Anything else, Sazid?
As I'm moving, I'll spill my rapier and draw my bow. And pass turn.
The Herculean shadow swings at Irina. And crits. Oh no. How did we decide how crits worked? I hold shift, right?
I believe so, yes.
That's nothing. I need to roll. So it's that. Plus that. Plus that. Irina gets lashed around the middle by this thing, and it just yanks her into the water. And as it does, you watch as her body just gets crushed by this tendril as it's pulling her under. As she takes, looks like 49 points of damage.
Holy cow. Wow, that could be a problem.
She received the effect a mighty blow, and 3 standard critical hits applied.
Jeez.
So anyways, it's Oddly Pear-Shaped's turn. Who is going to move to Sazid, because he's the closest one. And that is a miss, lucky Sazid. Mara's turn. What is Mara's movement speed? She's a fly speed of 40. Mara, having been narrowly pegged by the acid, but pegged by the acid nonetheless, I rolled to determine who she was going after, just comes screeching across the room from behind the crystal at Girk. $13 to hit.
Miss.
Woo boy.
Well, we already
I
know
need
she can do like
death saving
25
throws
damage
from those
Yeah, I know.
guys.
on a crit.
So starting with Immature Frown. Immature Frown is dead. Shadow 13. And Shadow 8. Girk, it is your turn, and she is right in front of you.
How do I?
You could take a step to the left and get advantage on melee attacks against her, however. And how
I'm
do
definitely
you...
The versatile makes it a D10.
so
But
you
how
just
do I-
wield it with two hands. You stow your shield. Or drop your shield.
I'm aware of that, but so I clicked instead of primary hand, I switched it over to two hand. Yep, that works. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all right. That's what I wanted.
Your armor class, however, reduces.
That's fine. It's just temporary.
Yep.
And don't roll it on her. Roll it in chat box, right?
Yeah, you can roll it on her if you'd like. Why? Oh, because of the advantage. 24. You successfully hit.
God damn it!
Jeez.
I have not done anything more than 1 point of damage for any attack this entire game.
To be fair, you did 5 points of damage, but she partially resisted. So you did 2, not 1. But you have rolled non-stop ones on the dice, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's very unfortunate. That's the way it goes. Do you have anything else?
No, nothing else. I'm gonna die
Monolith's
next.
turn does nothing. Irina's turn. She can't do nothing. Badger, you realize that you are so far haven't even scratched this monolith.
I am going to try to burrow diagonally up to where I'm right behind Mara.
Okay. Well, you only have 10 feet of burrowing. So
If
you
I
would...
go,
Oh, yeah, you would pop up technically in... Wow, because you're 10 feet down already, don't forget. So you could go 10 feet over and still be underground. Or you could go 5 feet up so that you're back in the water and then swim to get on the shore if you want.
but if I went diagonally instead of up or over,
So technically, because of... Let me move your token. Technically, you're like here. So 5 feet up and over at a diagonal would get you here. And technically, there's still water south of you. You would have to move 5 feet, so 10 feet, because of difficult terrain, because you're in water, to get you there. And then you would still have 5 feet of burrowing left.
and
If
then
you
I'd
wanted
still
to-
be 30 feet.
So 5 feet of burrowing would get you back in the wall, or because you've at that point already moved 15 feet, you have 15 feet left. And that's with you at the edge of the water if you want to continue moving. So you wouldn't be able to burrow up beside her. You would burrow up through the water, swim across, and then climb up and walk towards her.
Okay, that I'll do that.
Okay. That leaves you with 10 feet of movement, but is what it is. You still have attacks and whatnot. What would you like to do?
I'm going to multi-attack on Mara.
Okay.
So we're doing that one. Yeah, let me drag it. There we go.
That's a hit.
Did you want me to do both rolls now or damage
Nope.
first?
Nope. Roll each one individually and damage. So we'll roll bite to damage. She partially resisted that. Now claws. Oh, you already passed it to Sazid?
No.
Why did Sazid roll a rapier?
Towards
mean to.
Abel.
At Abel, no less.
I accidentally clicked the dice and meant to roll it just in the map, and it
Dropped
lagged
it
and hit
on.
him.
Gotcha. I was really confused. Okay, so yeah, you did 6 points of damage, partially resisted. Goes to Heathcliff's turn.
I would like to offhand. I have to main hand first, don't I? Okay. I will main hand at the Herculean Shadow. Why did that not roll in the chat box like it looked like it did?
I do not know. But that
For
hits.
14 to hit.
That hits.
Alright. Since he is no longer threatened, it is just a straight roll for 10 damage.
Knocking it unconscious.
I'm going to shoot my offhand at the oddly pear-shaped tentacle. For a 21 to hit.
That's a hit.
This one will trigger sneak attack. And does 8 points of damage. I am then going to climb down off of the wall and move up here next to Irina so that next turn I can do things. Well, try to do things. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. Sazid.
Excuse me. I will.
Kill the
Oh,
bitch.
oddly pear-shaped isn't dead yet.
Not quite.
So yeah, I'll go for oddly pear-shaped with my rapier. That's a hit.
It's a solid hit.
7 points of damage. And then with my bonus action, offhand at Mara.
Are you going to apply your necrotic? Or does that require an action?
That requires an action.
Gotcha. I believe that is a hit. Double checking Mara's armor class. That is a hit.
For 1d6 slashing. 6 points of damage.
No, 3. But you rolled a 6.
Alright, so Mara takes some of that damage. Anything else?
And then I will. It's alt to go up, right?
Yeah, it's alt to enter the area. Remember, it's a maximum ceiling of 10 feet in here, though.
I will go up 5 feet to be on the same level as my past turn.
Alright, Mara's turn. She finds herself surrounded. She turns to roll a d6 to determine who she's going to swing at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3. That is going to be you. Badger, Badger, Badger.
Who's actually on the surface and not underneath it.
Yep, that still needs to be adjusted back up. Boop, boop, boop.
Betcha.
That's weird. Why is that listed that way? Okay.
Yeah, I
Badger,
think it's
Badger.
funny that my 1 point of
roll.
damage pissed her off to come towards me.
To be fair, she needed to get near bad guy or near people she could attack, and being there, she could attack 2 of you. It's not letting that attack roll drop on the Badger, so I'm gonna control target the Badger.
That's because I'm a bad god. That's what it is.
And drop it in here. It's not letting the Badger be targeted.
Did
what was the roll?
just
It's a 9 to hit.
It didn't miss because I have a 10.
Okay. And what were you saying, Keith? Druzzle?
I was wondering if you actually pulled the.
I did. I pulled it from the right area.
Okay.
I just completely did it again, so hopefully it works next time. 13 is going to make its death save. I'm sorry, Herculean and oddly pear-shaped technically should have had theirs as well. So Herculean and oddly pear-shaped. And then 8 is still standing, right? Yep. Well, not standing, but you know what I mean. So 8 has to make its. Okay. Abel Gherkin, it's your turn. As your turn comes up, you hear a familiar voice that says to you, "Lad, are you just going to take it? He went below the surface, and you expect to trust him? There's powers in that water. Perhaps you should go take a look yourself."
I'm good.
You're just not going to trust this voice that's been talking to you?
Nope.
Do you say out loud, "I'm good"?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
I'm gonna attack Mara again.
Okay. It's a hit.
See, I was gonna see if I could use my spells earlier. I could be a Pokemon. I could cast Hyper Beam as a Badger.
Well, I mean, that one was at least a hit.
Yeah. 5 points of damage to her.
Yeah, you still did 5 points of damage.
Can I? No, that's an action, not. Well, yeah, no.
The voice says to you, "I told you check the water. There's a secret there, and I'm trying to give it to you. I promise you, I'm your friend. What kind of gentleman caller would I be if I wasn't looking after the one I cared for?"
All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go here, and before I go in the water, as a bonus action, 1 point of healing damage, lay on hands to Irina.
Okay, so you're going to provoke an attack of opportunity walking away from Mara.
Yes.
So let's start there.
Without your shield.
Right.
I've already calculated that on a sheet for him.
Okay.
She rolled 1 below your armor class.
Nice.
1 below.
Very
So,
nice.
keep that in mind. Secondly, before you enter the water, I mean, she's in the water. You have to go in the water to, like, try to touch her.
Right.
Okay. So, you enter the water. The moment you enter the water, he says, "Below your feet, lad. Just reach down." Now you're going to try to reach in the water and touch her body?
Sure.
You lay on hands, and no power leaves you because there's no person in the water. Like, her body's there, but there's no living person to give hit points to.
She's dead?
She's dead.
Oh, that's no fun.
So unless someone's got to revive, she is dead.
I'll reach below the water then.
He says, I told you thanks for trusting me, lad. And your hand slowly grips around something in the water.
It's a bad.
You feel the hilts of something in the water. You know it's a weapon. Do you wrest it free?
Yes.
He says to you, do you want it? As you're pulling it.
It is mine.
All right. As you yank this sword from the water, this crimson longsword that you have seen in your dreams that belongs to Mara herself, the mirror spectral image of it is in her hands, even as we speak. As you yank it from the water, you are automatically attuned to it.
Nice.
No short rest, no... It's yours, okay?
Okay.
I need to go to your inventory, and I need to drop this parcel. Which hopefully applied to your actions tab. It did apply to your actions tab.
See, all I'm seeing from this is a hand touch the beacon.
There's a specific thing going on with it that I am going to whisper to you. Is there a way to copy that part? Probably just Control-C. Control-C. And then, because I know you can see it on your character sheet, but if I put it in the chat box, it might stand out for you more.
I'm reading the curse at the moment.
That's the part I was talking about. That
Okay.
only you know about. If I wanted the party to know it was cursed, I would have read it out loud. So, thanks for that. Remember what I was talking about with negative inspiration? You don't even know, your character doesn't even know it's cursed. So I need you to roleplay its curse.
That's fine.
This is going to be interesting.
As you grab it and yank it from the water, a voice says, finally I am free. Free to draw blood. Free to strike at my enemies. Free to strike at your enemies. She is false. She dies and she dies and she dies again, and she is trapped here as I was trapped here. I will serve you. Simply defeat her and take me from this place. Is there anything else you're going to do for your turn?
No.
Okay. Pass turn. Monolith. A black shadowy figure rides around the inside. Giant badger.
See, I'm thinking if there's a sword in there, I wonder if there's anything else.
Well, first, do you want to worry about killing the bad guys?
That's
For
what
that,
I'm
or for that
about.
matter, shouldn't you be concerned about how he even knew that sword was in there?
Can we even see the sword currently?
You guys could, as soon as he yanked it from the water. He reached it. You guys saw him just nonchalantly reach down in the water, grip around something, sort of look around the room, and then yank this crimson longsword out.
We still have the telepathic coin, yes.
Yes.
I just go ahead and whisper to him real quick. Is like, how did you know that was there?
It will take your it'll take your soliloquy to reply, Abel.
That's fine. Friendly voices in my head.
Fantastic.
I'm going to use my soliloquy and say, and we're trusting them in this place.
Lad,
fair, he got
don't
the sword
worry
out.
about them. Just like I told you on the bench, you'll be safe. I'm taking care of you. But be wary. One of them will betray you. And you know I haven't lied to you so far.
You know what? I will go ahead. She's not very good against. You know what? I will go ahead and attack Mara.
Do
Let's
you
see
want
this.
to move to where you would get advantage, or are you going to attack her from right there?
Yeah, would that be the diagonal?
Yep, right across from Sazid. Normally, I don't remind players to do that, but since you're still new to the game, I'm being nice.
Oh, well, thank you.
It's what I do.
Okay. So, I need that. And then we're doing advantage for this. Hit. And then advantage for this. Ew, that's gross.
Starting to roll like me.
There's a 1 and a 2.
I know that's
Wow.
gross. All right, and I believe that'll be the end of my turn.
Well, finding out she was dead changed a few things.
You don't yet know she's dead.
That's true.
Well, wouldn't we have seen?
Well, wouldn't I have seen Abel?
You saw
Touch
Abel. You saw Abel reach into the water. Nothing happened, and then he moved his hand around in the water and he pulled the sword.
Okay. Well, then I'm still going to do what I was going to do. I'm going to use my item interaction.
Because
Because
corpses
that's
are
the way that
objects.
It's the way that it's mechanically going to work. To grab Irina and drag her out of the water. So I'm going to go 10 feet, and she's going to come with me, and that used 20 feet of my movement.
I'm going to require an athletics check to pull her from the water with your strength of 10, sir.
Sure, that works for me. You mean with my strength of +0? That did not go where I told it to. That one did. Haha, 4.
Yeah, she's still in the water, but you have her head above water, and that did not count as your action. If you want to use your action, you can still try to pull her out of the water.
So I'm going to use my action to try and pull her out of the water.
So that would be another athletics check. Because I'm that guy.
12.
Yep, you get her out.
Cool.
Just onto the shore, but she is out.
Yeah, I figured just onto the shore would be that 5 after.
Now that everyone has entered the liquid and left, the water is viscous and dyes like ink. Your clothes are jet black where they have touched you. Mr. Badger, your fur is jet black.
It's a good thing everything was dyed black anyway.
Irina is black from head to toe. Her skin, her hair. You're the color of the inky tendrils.
Yet the sword was still red.
Yep.
Interesting. Well, I have no regular action left unless you'll allow me to use a bonus action to attempt to stabilize the unknown corpse in front of me that I don't know is a corpse.
I mean, you don't know it's a corpse, so I'll go ahead and allow you to roll a medicine check on her.
Sweet. That didn't work. I love this chat box. 20.
Her bones were pulverized.
Oh, jeez. So she's like floppy.
Yeah. She is a pile of goop that you have drug out of the water.
Well, she's out of the water, and we can try to run upstairs with her in a bit. I moved. I used 20. $25, 30, 35. I'm gonna move here.
Okay.
And say out loud that Irina is down and out of the fight permanently. However, my plan is to take her to Ez as soon as we're done down here. Literally run back to Ez with her and see if Ez can do anything. And that'll end my turn. Sorry.
Okay. Sazid, your turn.
I was trying to figure out why it wasn't automatically going when I was done with my turn.
So, again, we'll just attack. Rapier first, then offhand challenge. 23 to hit it. Oh, I forgot to roll the damage on her, so let me do that again. Four points. Offhand talons for 12 to hit.
And her armor class is 12. You hit.
For another 5 points of damage.
That you didn't roll on her.
So that
Yeah.
would have been reduced to 2.
Yep.
She has not even taken half life yet. Anything else, Sazid?
No, nothing to say.
Okay. Herculean and pear-shaped throw their death saving throws. Okay. Mara, she turns to Abel, who has his sword drawn. She steps away from the badger. Badger provokes 1 attack of opportunity from you.
That one I just do either attack.
Either attack, yep. You hit. Six damage. Resisted. As she is stepping past Sazid, she swings out with her sword. $16 to hit Sazid.
That's 8.
Sazid, you take 14 points of necrotic damage from her blade. You are heavily damaged, heavily wounded. And she is now squared off face to face with Abel. You're going to resist it?
My psionic dice.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Just remember to drop those dice on yourself. I mean, that's a little better, right?
A little bit.
13 and 8 make their death saving throws, or roll their death saving throws.
Yeah, I figured the easiest way to do that, because there was no way to do damage reduction, was to just do it as a heal.
13, you notice begin to twitch beside you, Abel. Eight. Okay. Abel, it is your turn. You are now wielding this magic sword. And laying on the ground next to you, or sort of writhing in the water next to you, is this tendril that you're pretty sure just came back to life. And in front of you is this sort of wailing specter of the Crimson Knight, face all still gaunt and stuff from her horrific visage that she triggered. And she has her blade at the ready to sword fight you.
If I have this new sword in my hand, I have my shield back.
Okay. I will make the adjustments to your character sheets. Just remember to switch make sure Oathbreaker's at one-handed, not two. It is also versatile.
Yeah. Is it? I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's a longsword. It's just a magic longsword.
That's fine. There's no way I can get advantage. Oh, nope, I can't get advantage on her.
Not so long as that other one is right there.
All right, well, I'm just going to take a swing at her.
Okay.
Nice.
I got Tiger Paladin panicking over there. So hit. 8 points of damage that she did not resist. This blade cuts into her as though she were corporeal, as though she were flesh. And you see what appears to be blood begin to drip out of the wound, but it immediately turns into this smoky blue ethereal goop on her body.
Okay.
So you struck home.
Yes, I did.
Is there anything else you can do? Do you want to move? Stay where you're at?
Stay where I'm at.
Okay.
Unless I can. Nah, it's not. I wouldn't be offhanded. It'd be a second attack, so that wouldn't work.
Yep. All right. So passing turn. The Amber Monolith whispers at Eclipse. The time to take your last chance is coming. If she screams, you're all dead anyways. Badger, your turn.
I'm gonna go for
mother tuss bucket.
and go right behind her. And I will multi-attack again.
Okay.
That's advantage, right?
Yep. Yes.
Yes.
I mean, you're slowly getting better.
That one's a hit.
That was hit. I'll take the 3 damage.
Anything else, Mr. Badger form?
I will. I'm assuming I'm talking telekinetically to the monolith.
Yes.
All right, and I'll respond. And that last chance is gone. My turn.
Okay. Heathcliff.
I am going to take a 5-foot step sideways and attack Shadow 13 with a main hand advantage slash for 18 damage.
That's 18 to hit. That's a hit.
18 to hit. For 9 damage. I forgot to roll it on it.
That's fine. You drop it back to unconscious.
Excellent. I am then going to take a 5-foot step forward. And since we know her armor class, I'm just going to do Mara the easy way.
Thank you.
And roll directly on her. For a 13 to hit,
Yep.
I am going to... Oh, I didn't roll that with advantage, actually.
It's up to you if you want to re-roll it.
I will re-roll it for that chance at a crit. That
And
is
choose to miss instead.
Yeah.
Ba ba ba. You got greedy. Heathcliff, anything else?
greedy. Nope, that's it.
Sazid, your turn. You have advantage on your attack roll.
Sorry, guys, didn't realize I was on mute. And yes, I have advantage on attack roll, so I will just do that. First rapier, then offhand talon. 21 is probably a hit.
I would so be switching rapier to the offhand attack. Like, I'm just going to put that out there. I would switch rapier to your offhand attack and use your talons for your main hand attack. You guys have learned that she takes resistance to non-magical attacks. Your unarmed strike is magical.
If you do it as a regular attack.
If you do it as your touch attack, your toxic attack.
I think I can only do that once per long rest, though, can't I?
No.
Oh.
That's every time you make an unarmed strike, you choose trigger. Not this turn. You already made your attack roll.
Alright. So rapier damage. Oh, gotta roll it on him.
I was gonna say at this point, we could just straight up roll on Mara since we
know her hit points or her thing.
Her AC.
Why'd you roll your longbow damage?
Why did I roll longbow damage? I mean,
it's the same dice.
Piercing.
It's the exact same stat, so it's fine. I'm not gonna argue. But just roll your damage right, man. Jeez.
And that should have been an advantage.
On that hit.
And it should have been an advantage to hit. So if you want to re-roll that one.
Can't do any worse.
Yeah, you can't do any worse.
Hey,
you hit.
Also a hit. And damage.
Woohoo, 2 damage.
And that's all I can do.
Okay, anything else? Nope. Okay. Herculean rolls for a death save. OP rolls for a death save. OP is dead. You see the shadow just retract into the liquid and disappear. Mara. She's looking around her. She is successfully bloodied, okay? She is actually hurt after all the damage she has recently taken. And you see a wry smile begin to creep upon her bony face. And that jaw that was already looking unhinged and large just expands. It drops and continues to drop. And then drops some more. Until her maw is opened a foot wide. Her hair streaks upwards and the wind begins to... yes, the shadow, they do splatter. Well done, Heathcliff. Her hair begins to whip in this wind as she is sucking in an air as though she is about to bellow something as hard as she can, and she pulls and pulls and pulls and pulls. And then she just wails. She lets loose this powerful banshee scream of a wail. Anyone within 30 feet of her must make a Constitution saving throw. You're aiming at a DC 13.
Yay! I passed something.
You gonna roll, Sazid? Are you still there, Sazid? There we go. So, everyone that succeeded is about to take damage of, let me see, Sazid, Heathcliff, and Giant Badger. Let me see if I can control target. I'm sorry, succeeded was Giant Badger, Apel, and Sazid. So it's control target, control target,
Yes.
control target. You all take this much damage. Nine points of psychic damage dealt to all of you. Heathcliff.
You had me targeted instead of.
Why did it frickin' do that?
Giant Badger.
Oh. Well, that's okay. I can retarget Giant Badger and apply the 9 damage. Giant Badger takes his first 9 damage. Look at that. Heathcliff, on the other hand, failed his save. You take your remaining hit points and drop to 0. You are unconscious. Right there. You are
Excellent.
in the liquid. Everyone sees him begin to gurgle. A couple of bubbles pop up as he drops into the liquid. And then she passes turn. Shadow 13 and Shadow 8 both have to make death saving throws. Shadow 13 goes back to 1 hit point. It critted its death save. Shadow 8 takes its second fail.
Yeah, 13 was the one that's right underneath me.
Yep. I'm going to shift you sideways and then shift it sideways. Now it appears on top of you. Abel Gherkin, it is your turn. Your buddy next to you just dropped in the water and you saw the tentacle begin to writhe again.
Alrighty. First thing I'm going to do is Hexblade Curse Mara.
Okay.
Any attack roll I make against her is
Crits on 19 to 20.
Or 20.
And you do a bonus amount of damage to her, equal to...
Is it one, or I thought it was pick one or all of them?
It's the whole Hexblade's curse.
Oh, nice. All right.
So
That's cool. I thought I had to pick one.
yeah, no. You gain a bonus to damage rolls against the cursed target. The bonus equals your proficiency bonus. So you do 2 extra damage specifically against her. Any attack you made against her crits on a 19 or 20, and if she dies, you regain hit points equal to your warlock level plus your charisma modifier.
Nice. That's awesome.
So that is your bonus action, and it lasts for 1 minute.
All right. Advantage. Ah.
That was almost a crit. You successfully hit her, though.
Right. So do I put? Do you add the +2 damage, or should I add it?
You can type it in the modifier box down there.
Or I can just hit the +2 button.
Or you can hit the +2 button, yeah. And don't forget, you technically have advantage when you roll your attack rolls. I didn't see if it rolled with advantage.
It did.
Okay.
I dropped an 8.
Okay.
There we go.
That is a solid hit. That's the strongest hit that's hit her this entire fight. She takes 11 points of damage. You've used your bonus and your attack. What else would you like to do?
Pass turn.
Okay. That brings it to the Amber Monolith. So anyways, that brings it to the Giant Badger.
Okay, so I am going to...
And don't forget, Giant Badger, I did mention this to Abel, but Heathcliff is currently unconscious in the water. Or, drowning.
I have
He's dying.
no healer. The only healer right now is Abel.
He's drowning in the water. Somebody needs to get him out of the liquid.
I can't breathe.
You don't breathe. You don't breathe. Oh my God. Everyone, well, you know that he doesn't breathe. You know that he's a vampire. You know he's fine. Forget I said anything. In the meantime, Heathcliff. Get an inspiration for calling out the DM on that one. Well
okay,
done.
so I'm gonna move back 1 and then use my bonus action to D-shape. That's the word? Unshape?
Does it say that you can do that as a bonus action?
I think. Let me double check. Abilities. File change. You can revert to your normal form earlier by using a bonus action.
Sweet. You sure you want to
Wow.
give up your double attacks? Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes, you do. I see what you're doing now. You do provoke an attack of opportunity from her as you're backing up before you deshape, however.
Uh-huh.
So, Mara's ability. She hits.
Okay.
Swinging her sword at you as you back away, she deals 15 points of damage. What were your hit points at before? 10? So
10.
10. Okay, I am going to drop the giant badger from the character sheet. It's gonna blood splatter.
Saves me a bonus action.
It did.
Eclipse, your character gets to return to the board. Yeah, it does
It's
save
been
you
a-
a bonus action.
Hi, I'm back.
Why is it not going? Oh,
It's on there twice.
Now it's on there twice. What the heck? Okay, you had 20 there, and you took 5 points of damage over the hit points of that thing. So you have 17 total damage that you have taken in this form. And your token is now 2 Heathcliffs. No, Heathcliff moved. That was weird. Eclipse. Drop. Thank you. I promise I know what I'm doing, Fantasy Grounds. I promise. All right, Eclipse. It did that because when I removed him from the board, it automatically jumped it to Heathcliff's turn.
Yep.
So, Eclipse, what would you like to do now that you're in human form? You still have an action and a bonus action and the rest of your move.
I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt.
Good call. Honestly, this is the one fight where your archery would have been exceptionally helpful. Because that counts as a magic attack. But you hit. Yes. Mara drops.
Now, who has the strongest attack in this fight?
No, why? I want her to. I'm trying to make her untarget. There we go. There we go.
There's my death save.
Hey!
You're at 1 hit point. Before you do that, I was going to ask you, don't forget, you do have the option to not make your saving throw, to instead take an automatic negative to do one action. So,
Well,
you succeeded with your crit 20. You're back at 1 hit point. Good lord.
With Sazid still able to take a turn and take out potentially Shadow 13, I figured a roll would be better than me trying to attack.
To be fair, Shadow 13 is sitting on top of your head.
Fair enough.
well, question. The to use a skill, could that be considered a bonus action, or is that a full action?
It's an action, but depending on what it is, sometimes I may allow it to be a move action or a
I want to move to the water, and while they're dealing with the last tentacly man thing, I want to search the water.
That would be a full action, but you can
Okay.
you can make your move to go ahead and like come up here if you wanted.
I was going to go to the right.
You are the looter in this party. I don't know if you know this, but every time something's happened, you've been the one in charge of looting. Like, you've looted the rooms, you grabbed the tea set, all of that. Like, you're carrying all of the loot.
Yes, because everyone wants a tea set.
But
anything I sell is distributed amongst the party.
So you were able to move there. Sazid, there is a tendril still over there. You see sort of the arms of your buddy just kind of like splash up out of the water for a second as he starts to rise himself awake. And Mara's quote-unquote corpse, her ethereal spectral form, is laying on the ground in front of you unconscious. What do you do?
So, with my offhand talent attack, I will use the action. Oh, I don't need to use the action. I'm just gonna
Yeah, she's unconscious. You don't even have to aim.
bonus.
You can literally
Bonus
attack.
action. Yeah. Bonus action talent attack her.
Okay, that deals her an automatic 2 negative death saving throws. She's still unconscious.
And then-
If you attack her with a weapon again, it's another automatic 2 negative and it kills her outright. Or do you want to
got
go for
that.
the tendril?
That's what. No, I'll just take her out entirely.
Okay. I need to go adjust our music.
Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Now comes the boss fight.
Right?
Oh, that's a good one. Let's do... There we go. All right. So as you strike her, she lets out this and this like vapor form of her comes up out of her corpse, and then it just deteriorates. And the last remaining tendrils deteriorate.
Yay.
And you actually feel as though a pressure in the house has just given way. A short sigh seems to happen. The whole cavern just sort of rumbles for a second, and then a whoosh of just the freshest, most comfortable smell of fresh cut grass kind of air just pushes, there we go, through the cave, and just a mighty sigh is heaved through the room.
Oh.
As though a
Maybe
bubble
the-
popping.
I said maybe the front door's open. Was that all we had to do?
What do you
we
guys
had to
do
do
now?
is-
The monolith
I don't-
light just fades within it.
I still want to search the water.
Okay,
When
I can roll you guys a roleplay initiative speed if you would like.
Doesn't matter.
Or we can wrap here and finish up the house and whatnot beginning of next session.
No, I want. How are we close to finishing the house?
You absolutely are.
We should. I say we should finish it up.
Unfortunately, I have to call it.
Like, how many more minutes would it be, give or take?
That really depends on you guys. You guys have taken 7 sessions to do what should have been done in 3.
If that was the front door, we finish in this cavern and try to head to the front door as quickly as possible. And then see if that's it. If that's not it, then we can finish it next session.
So do you have 5 more minutes, Sazid?
I should have called it like an hour ago.
So should I have, but the fight
Honestly.
was taking so long. Okay, well,
Give us-
Sazid, so you know that the fight part of this is complete. You will grab a level off of this, but if you need to leave, the green mist can swoop in and take you out while the other 3 wrap it up.
Let's do that then, because I do have to leave.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So before next session, we'll have to get you a level up, but we can do that.
Alrighty. I apologize, guys, but
Oh, all good.
You guys
Nope, all
watch
good.
as she drops and the sigh happens. A green mist rushes down from the hole above you guys. It comes washing through the cavern, and as it surrounds you, Sazid just vanishes in the mist. And then it just as mysteriously yanks backwards, pulling back upstairs. Like, this is a very intentional, almost intelligent design kind of moment. Like, you see this happen.
And that's where I'll say my goodbyes.
All right, buddy.
Have a good night, Sazid.
See you later.
Catch you guys in 2 weeks.
Can I search the water for other stuff other than sword?
On your turn.
Okay.
I rolled the roleplay initiatives. Heathcliff, all of
Well,
this
this is
just
gonna be
happened
fun.
around you.
This is gonna be absolutely fun. I saw that Mara went down.
Yep.
So the first thing I'm gonna do is grab Irina and run for Ez.
You're just gonna pick her up and head to the rope and go, and
Yes.
the wall. I guess,
I'm
and go.
not even gonna use the rope. I'm just literally gonna run up the wall, up the hole.
Would you like to ask someone to guide you so that when you make this athletics check to pick her up, you're not gonna struggle?
I cast guidance.
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, because you're trying to be quick, I'm doing that. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have to make the check. Go ahead and make your athletics check for me.
Jeez. 4.
You're gonna go ahead and waste the guidance and not try again next turn.
No, we're gonna actually waste the inspiration.
Oh, and re-roll. Okay, good call.
Well, it depends.
And reroll. I'm gonna keep that guidance roll. Oh, so 16.
16. Yeah, with a 16, you are able to get her up and move towards the hole and start making your way out. So Heathcliff and Irina are gone. Abel.
I'm hoping I can make it back in time that Ez might be able to revivify.
Are you there, Abel?
I kind of want to
Okay.
destroy the. I kind of want to destroy the amber crystal.
The last time you struck this crystal when the room was not active, tendrils popped out. Are you sure?
Let's not risk that.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Great.
You guys watched as the light faded in it after she died. So
I'll head out.
you're just going to be like, nah, I got the sword. We killed her. Let's go. And start walking away.
Pretty much.
Okay, Eclipse, roll me that investigation check.
Could I possibly use perception?
Nope.
Oh.
Because you're having to dig around in water that you can't see through, you have to actively run your fingers around stuff down on the bottom.
I couldn't use anything to perceive anything?
Yeah, only if you have blind sense.
I have dark sight.
That's not going to help. Wait a minute. I might have to backtrack that. Oh, no. The monolith wasn't destroyed. So yes, the inky water is still there. If the monolith had been destroyed, the inky water would have disappeared. But, and you got a 2. You find skeletal corpses. Like, as you grip things, you lift them up, and they're just skeletons. Lots and lots of skeletons.
Okay, well, I'm going to try and continue to see if I can find anything. Because if there's a sword in here, there's something else.
Okay. Eclipse continues to search the basement. While he is searching the basement, I am going to share the map of the first level floor that Heathcliff has gone to. See, this is what I was talking about. It all depends on how long you guys take to wrap up.
Well, blame the dice. I rolled a 1.
No, it takes an amount of time to do that. So you can continue to dig around here all day, but you do know the house may wake up again. Like, the house is haunted. You never know what else could happen. I am sharing this map specifically. Oops. for our players that have dug their way up the stairs.
That's not a phrase you hear often.
The house seems quiet. There are no pounding of doors. There is no growling and screaming. There's only silence when you get up. Heathcliff. And, I mean, you make it through the kitchen. You make it all the way to this door here. Do you try to go in the door you guys came through?
I would knock on it first and announce to Ez that it's me and I'm coming in, and then I would go through the door.
As you try to go through the door, you realize it is barred. But she says, coming! As fast as I can! As fast as I can, I promise! And you hear a stumbling, cacophonous noise as this one-legged woman makes it across the room to kick a chair out from under, or shove a chair out from under a door and let it fall open. And you see her standing there just sort of hanging on to this swinging door, still barely maintaining balance.
I was going to ask you how the one-legged woman kicked the chair.
Yeah, she pushed it.
I would very quickly ask her if she has the ability to bring people back, and ask you how long it's been total to see if we can revive.
It would only have taken you. I mean, you were flying with that check. You're under the 10-minute mark, but okay. She looks right at you and says, "No, I don't have the ability to bring anyone back. Where's the rest of your party? Where's Irina?"
I'm carrying Irina.
Oh, so she sees it? Because you said you open the door and ask her that question. You didn't say I open the door and show her that I'm carrying a body.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So she immediately would have yanked that body off of your shoulder and leaned over it on the floor. And as you asked the question, she would say, "No, I can't bring anyone back. Where's the rest of your party?"
They're still downstairs.
"Get them. I am leaving." And she stands up and grabs Irina's sword off of, like, sheath and all off of her, and begins to use that as like a walking stick. And she starts moving towards the door, leaves the body there, knocks another chair out. About this time, Abel, you make it into the corridor. And you kind of hear talking coming from the open door of the parlor.
I'll head that direction.
Okay, you make it to the door, and you just catch her saying, "I'm leaving. I have to go."
That sounds like a good idea. I look at Heathcliff, and I'm like, "Are we going?"
Where's Eclipse?
Digging in the water.
So I'm going to take the 18 seconds it's going to take me to get there with 3:35 movements per 6 seconds.
Yep.
To literally run downstairs, tell Heathcliff or tell Eclipse we're leaving, and run all the way back up here.
All right, Abel, do you follow Ez then?
Yes.
Okay, Abel follows Ez. Back to the basement. You can roll me another investigate check if you would like, Eclipse.
I can still move after I roll, right?
Yep.
Do that then.
Roll me a D4.
D4.
While digging around, you find something that you grip your hands around that's not bone, and as you yank it out of the water, you feel it tear free of a corpse, and you find a crimson sheath to a sword.
Oh, you know what? I'll grab it and take it with me. Why not?
Okay. You can use your move action to move, or you can use your move action to keep trying to investigate. What would you like to do?
Well, there comes. I don't know. I'll investigate once more because I have my feline double move thing.
Okay.
Next turn.
You find nothing else.
Yeah. I was hoping after all this, something else in here.
Unfortunately, you do not find anything else but bodies.
And I don't think anyone else has an inspiration today.
Nope. So, Heathcliff, you make it to the basement. You see him digging around in the water, and you see him holding the crimson sheath.
I would tell him that Irina is leaving and
Ez is leaving.
or Ez is leaving and Abel is currently following her. And that we should probably go as well.
What do you say?
Not the worst idea.
So you agree to follow him up?
Yeah.
All right. Heathcliff, do you just bolt off again?
Yeah.
Full speed?
Full speed all the way back.
Okay, and you're going to go ahead and double your speed as well, Eclipse?
Yeah.
Okay, by the time you guys make it upstairs, they're already outside. So, outside, Abel, she looks at you and says, I need help lashing the horses to the wagon, and can you help me get up in the seat?
I'll take care of it. I help her up on the seat, then I'll go lash the horses to the wagon.
Roll me an do you take your time helping her, or do you just, like, want to be quick?
I'll take my time.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to get her up there. She turns to you and says, I appreciate all you've done. She tosses a sack of gold to you. Feels kind of heavy. You know that it is 60 gold that you're supposed to split with the party.
Okay.
You're paid for the last day. And she says, if you head down the hill, and as you're outside, you're looking, the mist is pulled back. You could see all the way down to the bottom of the hill. There is the fork in the road that led you here, but you can see even beyond that now. The mist is pulled back that much further. She says, if you continue down the hill to the south, you will make your way through Borca. There is dangers in Borca that you may or may not know about, but most of them are political. So the choice is entirely yours. She goes, as for me, my original plan was to head to Mordenshire. I would love to spread your reputation there. However, that is not where I'm intending now. And what she says, when she says that, it sounds like she's almost trying to hide where she's going.
I was going to flat out ask her, where do you intend to go now?
As she picks up the reins of the horse, she says, well, you can come with me if you want, but I'm headed to Barovia. If there's any chance Irina still lives, it'll be there. And I owe her that much.
Wait until the rest of the party goes here, and we'll see if we'll go with you.
She says, if they are quick. And it's about the time she says, if they are quick, you guys make it out the front door. Which, do you still have the map that I shared of the first floor, Eclipse, or do I need to reshare it?
I still got it.
Okay. So yeah, you guys make it out the front door and see the two of them at the wagon. Which there is a wagon asset I could probably drop. But
I thought there was a wagon on this map initially.
nope.
Oh. I would hurry up to Abel and ask what's going on.
There's no secrets. I tell them exactly what's going on.
If there's a chance to save Irina, I would go with Ez.
I'll also give Abel the sheath that is probably to his sword.
It is, in fact, to his sword. He hands you a sheath. Um,
Awesome.
so you all seem inclined to head to Barovia, not Mordenshire or down into Borca.
Probably head with them is the best bet.
Do you say that in game? Heading with you will be the best bet.
I do.
She says, "I wouldn't be sure of that. Barovia holds more dangers than any of these domains of dread. You think the mists are scary here, the way they grab your friends and take them away, and make the others who live here forget. But in Ravenloft, they are the strongest."
So perhaps we probably want to go somewhere first that's not as strong. This sounds like that cliched, your level's not high enough.
It's not that. She's just giving you fair warning that there are dangers specifically in Barovia that don't exist in other places.
I would still go.
You guys just mount up on the wagon?
Or
Yeah.
Irina helped us. I would want to
Return the favor.
return the favor if it's possible.
She says, "That's fine. We'll make a stop in Borca, and then we will head on our way. I first must find a key if I wish to open the mists." And at that, you all board the wagon and head down the hill. As you make it to the crossroads heading immediately south from the hill, takes you past all of these estates and farms and holds, basically these like rich folks, basically little villages, even though they are just the grounds of rich families. She says, "I must find a curio shop." You pass the crossroad, and to your right, you see a shadowed figure in the mist a ways down the road, but you recognize it. Its wings are spread wide, and the wings are gesturing for you to come to it. Do you stay on the wagon with her, or do you head that way?
Stay on the wagon.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The figure throws its wings downwards, thrusting itself high in the air, and the mist closes in around it, and it disappears. You make your way deep into Borca, and that is where we will pick up next time. I want to say I appreciate you guys. You guys will get a level before the next time that we play. You may even have a chance in the next parts of the story to save Irina, but you have chosen where we are going next. We will be making our way into events that take place within the Curse of Strahd. Barovia is a dangerous place, home to a great many monsters, more than just scary houses. It's very akin to where you would be from, Eclipse. Very, in fact, akin to where you would be from. It's almost a dang carbon copy. As for everybody who watched, I want to say I appreciate you guys sticking around. And I am going to go ahead and point out to the group that because we finished this chapter arc, we are taking the next session off from streaming. However, we will have a session to level everybody up and everything like that in 2 weeks, normal time, just for leveling up. That will not be streamed, so that the stream can sort of take a break and the audience can find something else to do for a weekend. But otherwise, that's probably only going to be like an hour or two, guys, so we'll figure that out then. But everybody else, if you want to check out my links, as always, they're there. You can check out my YouTube, my Instagram, my Twitter, where I keep everything updated. I also stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You can feel free to check that out. And don't forget to check the link for the GoFundMe for Mike's kidney replacement. As I said at the beginning of the show, every little bit helps. Share if you can't donate. Donate if you can. Whatever you can do. Absolutely, absolutely appreciated. And yeah, I just want to say thanks again, guys. This has been a great adventure in the House of Lament.
Take care, all.
Thanks, guys.